It sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. sound right, boys. Sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. sound right, boys. Sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys.
gotten some matchups there. The last time these teams faced off was in the Pro Series 6 group stage. Outside of that, it was all the way back in Summit 13, where it was a draw back then. It was a draw in the group stage here. And then before that, Pro Series 3, where Motivate Trust did take that in the best of 5, 3-0. So Boom's got something to prove here. And Motivate Trust as well, if they can maintain their performance that they've historically had over Boom, then that should set themselves up for a smooth ride to those grand finals. So we'll have to see whether or not Boom has found the answer for the tie stack here.
Dire team pick. Radiant team pick.
Ancient apparition.
Seconds remaining. Radiant team pick.
Wraith King.
Yeah, it's a very so what I'm looking for, very sort of brave pickup against the Ancient Apparition. You kind of have a failsafe, right? Like if you commit the Ice Blast in the first life, you don't have to worry about action on the second life. At the same time, you can just save the Ice Blast for that second life, and suddenly your lifesteal isn't going to be a big factor. I love how Motivate Trust are going with it, though. Wraith King plus Grimstroke, that is a pretty strong laning combo. Stuns upon stuns, Inkwell plus the Wraith Fire Blast coming through. It's a very hard lane to bully out for the off lane for Boom, so they're going to have to be a bit cautious with what kind of sort of off lane they want to run, how aggressive it wants to be. And they're going to have to look for that combo with the AA. Maybe something like the Puck's still an option here. The line was banned out by Motivate Trust. So you've got the Steady Dream Coil combo to sort of set up for your Ice Blast as well. And the Grimstroke doesn't necessarily control the Puck. Early on, the Phantom's Embrace silence is pretty good. But as the game goes on, it's not going to be enough to really lock in a Puck. So could be a good time to maybe reveal that mid here for Boom if they want to. They go with the Timbersaw first for FBZ, and this is something he plays really well and lanes pretty nicely against Wraith King. It's a strength hero. You can rip through his HP. Once you get a Hood of Defiance in that lane, it feels a lot better. The Grimstroke's not going to zone you out. The Wraith King's not really going to do too much to you, and this does counteract what Motivate Trust wants there. Like, Jackie should still have a decent time, but it's not going to be an absolute free farm lane for him.
Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team back. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team back. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, it's I think the Wraith King's coming out mainly because it usually is first phase banned against Motivate Trust. Like, a lot of times we've been seeing teams playing against MG Trust banning out Wraith King, Magnus first phase. So they just want to get that comfort pick out. It's something they love playing. Jackie loves the hero. Just a strong comfort pick for them. And I think they're just confident in it. Like, it's a solid win condition. If Jackie has a bad lane, he can just dip into the jungle really nice and fast. And we have seen some games where Motivate Trust's early game tends to go off Rock Lee. So they've got a steady way to bounce back there in the jungle with a Wraith King. you just kind of worry about the Tim. The damage output from Grimstroke isn't enough yet. The Soulbind's good to hold him down, and this is a good solution for that. They go into the Doom, double Doom coming through with a Grimstroke. On the off lane, the Doom is odd, right? Like, he has more armor, he doesn't have as much regen from the Devourer and from the Scorched Earth, so it can be easier to zone him out on paper, but the Doom also has an easier time getting his farm up because of the changes to Devourer, so it's still a steady offlane to have. Double Doom's going to be really impactful here. Issue is, you know, Doom is great against Timbersaw. Timbersaw's also pretty nice against Doom. If Doom isn't up, it's another strength hero. You zip around, you sap away at his HP, and it's kind of tough for the Doom to feel strong that. So it's a back and forth one. You have to be more proactive with your Doom use here. Boom, they go into the Tusk. This is a special for Boom themselves, especially in the pause 4 there. They do a lot of work with it. Lots of saves can come out. They can initiate really nicely now. Burst someone down with Tusk, have the Ice Blast follow up. And if you're not protecting yourself as Motivate Trust, if you don't have backup around, it's probably a guaranteed kill, especially with the factor of the Timbersaw being able to gap close really easily.
Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
It's fairly open. I think you could go beyond just the Ursa right now. Maybe a Jar Copper would be nice if you wanted to go that route. We haven't seen teams prioritize that. You don't really worry about the Raid King's mana. You don't necessarily need a Diffusal carrier for the most part. So you could just go for a stable core. They start with a TA though, and we have seen Mikado absolutely pop off with his hero, just dominate his mid lane matchup. They're really strong to have. It enables you to go for maybe a core that's more physical as well on the save. So the Ursa is still really good here, as you mentioned. And Motivate Trust, well, they do have last pick overall, so they can kind of flex it around, show us what they want to do about the TA mid with a Fearless hero. A lot of mids are still on hand for Motivate Trust as they come in, depending on what Boom bans out in the end. I'm still seeing an option for the Storm if they want, and Motivate Trust do take care of that Ursa. So no option for Boom onto the Ursa. Try for a Lifestealer, I suppose, if you wanted to. 2 strength heroes, rip right through. Raid King versus Lifestealer we've seen a couple of times, and it's down to really AC timing, especially for the Lifestealer, so you have to get that quicker than the Raid King can to at least counteract the future armor Raid King will have. And of course, Lifestealer tends to be really nice as a saving hero with Infest. We've seen a lot of plays with that spell, not just here, but also majors. So it has been popping back in. Surprised that Motivate do ban the Bristleback last. Like, Boom could have tried for it, but they would have had some really slower timings on the TA Bristle. Now, there is synergy there for minus armor, but I think that would have been a bit too slow, especially when you consider what Motivate Trust has. So probably something more traditional here coming out.
10 seconds remaining.
Storm
You may now
Spirit.
select your heroes.
I'd say it's relatively even. I might give the slight edge towards Boom. They've got those early timings to play with. They can play really fast, and we have seen Motivate Trust. Sometimes their laning's really weak, and they have to catch up towards the mid game by just AFK farming a bit, buying space out for Jackie and Fearless. This time around, they might not have enough space with how fast Boom wants to play, so it's going to be harder to split up that farm priority. The one thing for Motivate Trust is Fearless' Storm. There's no real good hold for it from Boom. AA has Ice Vortex and Cold Feet, not amazing. It has a delay. Snowball is sort of, it signals itself a huge snowball. The Chaos Knight stun as well isn't reliable, and it's also kind of telegraphed as well. So Fearless is going to be able to zip in and out, and I think for Motivate Trust, it's going to have to be Fearless, who plays really well in his timings, hit that early Orchid timing or Kaya Sanj, depending on what he wants to go for, and run around from there. He needs to abuse the lack of lockdown from Boom while they're trying to, force issues out and keep trying to stall out for Jackie to farm up in the Raid King. Yeah, I think Boom's got slightly better for draft because of their earlier timings, but they have issues with that Storm here.
Guaranteed to go through to the grand final. Have to go over bracket. Get into a job.
Battle.
Number one.
Yeah, it's really close. I believe I was looking at the loot bet odds. It looked like around 1.75 to 2 for Motivate and Boom respectively, around that value last I saw. So it's really close, and again, you look at the recent history, the teams have been drawing each other for the most part. Motivate does have more wins on hand over Boom, especially when you look at Summit 13, clean, was it Summit 13 or BTS Pro Series 3 with a clean 3-0 grand finals. So, at their best, Motivate is usually in top, but Boom can take a game or two off. They just need to be able to take a series off to secure their spot here in the grand finals, of course, and this is a sort of revitalized Boom. They've changed around from Season 1 DPC, they go back to their original roster, and honestly, they've been looking pretty darn good since getting back together, same as Motivate Trust. Also kind of, disappeared Season 1, came back in Season 2, looks amazing. So it's the fight of these revitalized teams, and should lead to some interesting results here.
Fight over this top boundary. It looks
The battle
front line a bit. Hyde, he's going to be there with the tag team though, and they'll turn right back around, but the arrow comes through Q. He does land a very nice arrow. They might be able to get Fearless though. He is trying to go for a run, but it is not going to work out. He does drop. You got the first blood. Takes a kill outside of Motivate, but Fearless, he's going to come back with a full. Not too much lost, Radiant, but going to be a nice.
Yeah, Fearless is going to be feeling great. His ride to the bottle is going to be 100 gold faster than Mikoto, just off that starting gold, so he's going to be able to top up real quick. Up top in the lane, though, you've got the CK and the AA, and they're already making movement.
Get a nice arrow off AA, so Kez can't really follow up here with Drill, but gonna go back at it. You're doing a nice job already of just kind of harassing out Kez. It's one of the nice things about the Mirana is you could just taking away against them. What like Q does have that level 1 Cold Feet. Not really much way of harassing Q back right there. Kind of take it.
Yeah,
maybe with his cold does freeze. No, Q is to be able to back off, and
I like that Kez went for this early Blightstone. Not something you see too often in the AAs, but it does allow some more oomph on your right click. It's very important when you've got the Mirana laning against you, and you can see the aggression that can come out. Cold Fleet plus Chaos Bolt coming through. If you get lucky, you'll chain stun immediately and get some early kills. Issue is, Osiris is a lot tanky, but 5 armor is pretty darn big. The Blightstone kind of cancels out some of that. It's still not enough to instantly burst Osiris, and as he gets levels up, it's a very stable lane for Motivate Trust. They just sit back, farm up, make it a bit hard for Dreamwhistle to stay comfy, And the Doom in an even lane at the least always pulls ahead because of Devour. So you have to be cautious about just giving a bit too much to Masteros to start with.
Chance, but it looks top lane is probably going to be where the most happen. Come back in, drink. So he's just been Masteros. Does have to start with the cold feet though. Masteros, he's gone way too far. He's going to try and fight this one out, but it is not going to work. Then they will get Kez as the trade. Hopefully not going to feel very worth it though for the side of Motivate. I think Masteros was kind of expecting Q to maybe leap over to Dream. Start right-clicking this K, but that never really came to fruition. Does get a pretty nice...
Yeah, he just positioned himself really nicely. It made it awkward for Q to leap in. He didn't have a good, clean arrow angle to look for there as well. So just kind of keeping your bases open and getting that kill is important because this lane's going to be really aggressive. So it allows Rumus to kind of play catch up there, get a free wave. Down mid, you see an early rotation though.
Fearless going to be in pretty big danger. He's going to be able to get the kill with Makoto. Leonak try to help out, but the ink not really explode in time. Makoto, he ended up getting the last hit as well with the side blades. Make matters worse. Another nice pick up here from Bounty. Great rotation out Tusk. Hyde, and he done a great job over the last few days. We've been really commenting a lot on Hyde. Assassin. Time of the Tusk already being sequential. Back top lane, Masteros for a deep dive to try and take down Kez, but he does get punished.
Yeah, it's tough. Yeah, you kind of sometimes feel like you're still that old Doom with an insane amount of regen with Devour stacked up on the Scorched Earth. You're not. You do take less physical damage, but you can't overcommit on tower defense like you used to. It's a lot harder to kill those heroes under the tower aura with the additional armor, additional regen. So you have to be very cautious to how far you commit. And you're already setting yourselves up here at Boom, forcing and Motivate Trust to play this aggressive game that's just not panning out. And you're freeing up your lanes. You left the last lane down bot, FBZ on the Timb up against Jackie and the Raid King. Even this lane's not shaping up all too smoothly here for Jackie solo. You're seeing the effect of the Timber Saw. He can just zip around. Level 4 up on FBZ. So he's got more armor to play with the level 2 reactive. And he can always threaten with the Timber Chain Whirling Death combo. It's never comfy for Jackie to just sit back here and farm.
It goes back to the fact that you first picked this Raid King and now FBZ. Go for a dive. Could have tried for that. Jackie. Oh, Jackie. FBZ punishes Jackie. Jackie thought he was safe, but you can never underestimate Chains plus death. So much pure damage and so much that loss. He underestimated it, John, and he does get punished.
And this is tough for Motivate Trust. Because you've got Timber Saw, this just enables Hyde to keep camping the mid. He's finding kills solo, and Fearless is not safe mid.
No, he's not level... Fearless, he's going to try and fight back, but he knows he can't get away. Makoto's now going to hit that level 6. Get started on trying to push in that mid-tier tower. I suppose on the brighter side, at least Q was there to arrow the siege. The real disaster for the side of Motivate Trust at the moment with the way this draft's going. Way of Boom. We can't forget, John, gonna have the stronger mid game. You don't want to give them a strong early game either.
No, they're just gonna find everything. They make all these rotations look tight.
Yeah, Masteros caught out the tag team charge around. Arrow, it will do nothing. Dreamer Cell will pick another kill up on the Chaos Snyder's Hyde. He will make his way out, but Fearless is gonna get, but the arrow. It won't matter, they'll keep the chase up, but that is a very bad sign when that point-blank arrow does not land with us.
Yeah, it's just looking a bit strange for Motivate Trust. They must be a bit ruffled right now. Just jumping around all over the map, not finding the best trades in the world, and just kind of losing out on everything. They're trying to be aggressive in Dream Assault.
though. He's just gonna fight back. Look how strong this CK is. He take down Leonak. He's gonna try and make a run for it. He does eventually die to Q. They will eventually get the kill, but now in a bit of trouble. He should right. Still kind of concerning though, the fact that Dream Missile actually just and still got the kills. Now bot lane, Jackie. That's another concerning point, John. You got Dream Missile, but you lose Jackie again. The argument can be made quite easily. Dream Missile on the CK is going to farm than Jackie to be a...
Yeah. He doesn't need much. He's just working towards the armlet blink on that Chaos Knight, whereas Jackie trying for the armlet. We tend to still see the prioritization of Radiance down the line. He's going to have to soak a lot of jungle space for that. They're trying to dive up top again, though.
I don't know about this from Masaros. He's going to get taken out by FBZ, and eventually they do get the kill onto Kezq. But Masaros has just been so aggressive. It's just not paying off. It's a game already. We're only 8 minutes in.
Yeah, that's rough for the Doom, and FBZ has just been really all over the place. He frees up the bot lane for Dream Missile to farm. He holds off this top lane push, and they have no way of killing off FBZ at this point. He's got the casual cloak, probably going into that full Hood of Defiance soon, and once he's got that up and running, none of your magic burst is gonna deal with him. You don't have enough physical burst to deal with his reactive armor as well. So you've got this big tank up front preventing you from finding what you want, and he's doing a lot of damage. For Motivate Trust, they're gonna have to commit a lot just to find this tier 1 top tower trade, but Boom's ready for the defense.
They are. FBZ near jumped on though. They get the Doom off into the Vortex and the arrow, but do they have the damage up? Put the snowball. Hyde, he's gonna delay things. Back in onto the Mirana. Q is gonna try and go for a run as now the Urn's out. FBZ is down and should eventually tie, but this damn Timber, he is still alive. FBZ's gonna go for a run. They can't kill him off. Now Makoto's there with the side blades. He's just ripping them to shreds and stays forward. FBZ is gonna walk his way out as they clean up Motivate Trust. Jackie up, but it will mean nothing. It will mean nothing for Motivate. They threw everything, but FBZ it walks away. Fearless gonna try to hide. He's surrounded now with a very little mana. Fearless, what is this? Hyde's gonna die, but just barely. Motivate, they seem very panicked, John. I'm not sure what's going on this.
Yeah, it's really not shaping up. We talked about this from the draft screen, right? Like, Boom has a better executing draft at that early to mid game. For the side of Motivate Trust, their only way of having a presence in the mid game is Fearless having a fast Orchid. Like, it all relies on the Storm having a good start, and Fearless did not have a good start. Net worth right now, number 5 in net worth, right behind Jackie, and Jackie's already about 2k behind Mikado, 1.6k behind Mikado, so you've got significant net from Motivate Trust, and Boom's at that point where you just can't kill them. As mentioned, you don't need too much farm on your CK, you don't need too much farm on your Timbersaw when you're up against this kind of lineup. Motivate Trust needs to find a way to get that map space out, get space out for Jackie and Fearless. Like, that's why you don't really mind Masaru's dying too much, but once they lose this mid tower, when it falls, it's going to be really hard to hold on to your jungle.
I mean, it's so desperate right now that Jackie's in the mid lane trying to defend the tier 1. He hasn't even got the armor up yet. It's just, that's how desperate it is right now. Motive. Esports. Up. FBZ at the top tier 1. No stress in the world. Each creep doing for it. Take the tower for free. It's going to be a real problem for Motivate now because Boom Esports 5k keep taking over the. And with this draft of I know we've said it a billion times, they can't fight back.
They need more time. Like, yeah, I don't know about these build-ups, so Masaros is trying to go for Midas, going for the defense on mid.
Gonna try, Leonak, he's gonna make the jump in onto high, now Fearless zip in with a double vortex out. Maybe this is the fight. They'll get KSQ first, Hyde, he's been picked up, he'll drop as well. But FBZ now, he's just gonna start frontlining, but nobody has detection.
Middle tower has
Oh, well, isn't this standard? Hyde, he's gonna back in with the dust. And Fearless, oh, he's gonna be caught, but he will try to zip away. Q going back in, Hyde with the snowball, in onto the storm. They'd love to pick off Fearless again. He has more mana, he'll zip away. Massaros. Try and run, but gone. Up there for Makoto. That's just standard, John.
Yep.
Port Cyan, none of the cores are holding it. I've never seen that one before.
It's Southeast Asia. You know, our pros reflect the culture of the region, and that culture is not by us. That's on the sports. It's not on them. Still, you know, for Motivated looked good, but in the end, they killed 2 supports, Mike. They had to blow Soulbind, Double Doom on 2 supports just to find that. It doesn't feel great. It's the start of something, but they need more to come out.
Well, zip in onto Hyde. They'd love to get the task, but he has a snowball on Fearless. Oh, he just gets blown up again as Q's gonna try and run on that Mirana, but it is not looking great. He has 1 leap charge. He will commit it, but the trap is there. Meanwhile, FBZ gets Leonak and Q. He barely get out with his life intact.
Radiant's bottom
I do mean barely.
attack.
They'll just keep controlling the map. Jackie, he's trying to farm the triangle. Makoto, he'll take the creep. Help Jackie out a little bit. Jackie Wraith King is very annoyed right now with the way...
Yeah, he's way too far behind. 4.9k net worth, about 800 behind Dreamwhistle. But look at how far ahead Makoto is compared to everyone else. Dragonlance up. Desolator going to be up soon. 14 minutes in. Like maybe around 14 and a half, but Deso power treads Dragonlance at that point for T. This is insane levels of farm for Makoto, and they've just given him all the space in the world to make that happen. Both FBZ and Dreamwhistle are playing much more aggressive than you'd expect from these positions. Well, maybe not the Timbersaw, but definitely from the CK. They've been willing to sacrifice that farm, and this is going to pay off massively.
Is under attack.
I just wonder how Motivate tending to try and get back into this game now. Massaros, he's put a Midas out. I guess that's the game plan. Just try to take it to the late game and hope you can kind of outscale the side of Boom there. Certainly rough, right? Like, if you look at the ACK matchup, be able to outscale them later with Wraith Kings. But that's if you get the way this game's going right now with kind of Boomy. It is quite hard to really imagine them.
Yeah, they need to stall out for so long, and even at the late game, like you say, the Wraith King can handle CK. I don't know about that. Like, with illusion spam, you just don't have the clear for it.
Fearless, catch that hard. The arrows there, they'll get the kill.
Blown away.
I guess what they're going to keep doing here for Motivate Trust is quite nice. And the arrow, maybe just keep
Are fortified.
fighting solo like that and try to force Boom to make mistakes. Speaking of mistakes, Jack could be in soon. That mid lane, but there is more supports coming in from and deal with this. And it may only take an Ice Blast with FBZ
Dire's top tower
Timber.
is under attack.
Really kill off Jackie if he's not
Radiant's bottom
careful.
tower is under attack.
That armlet as well, you can't really toggle with the Ice Blast going. End up expending it at the top lane to try Motivate, who are picking up this top tier 1 tower, getting it, and that'll be enough Motivate.
Yeah, it's a good objective to take. Opens up the top jungle just a bit more if Jackie finds himself needing to use that area to farm. And for the most part, Motivate has done a pretty decent job in slowing down, although...
Hyde, always seems to be targeted first on this task, but he's going to be alright to just walk out, it looks like, unless Leonak. Can Leonak do the job? Not quite. Oh, poor Leonak, he's just killed off this darn task, but it did not work out in his favor. Now Boom, it looks like we're having a little bit of lag issues. Unpause. Hopefully everything's
you know, the crazy thing about this is that you look at Hyde, Mike. He doesn't really roll.
Arrowland, oh, that Spirit Vessel. Apart from that one missed arrow we saw earlier, he's been doing a darn good job on this Mirana. The early Spirit Vessel. Take down the Timber, but now Jackie, he's gonna take down Makoto by himself. Arrow does land Q again, but the snowball is there from Hyde. Hyde gonna try and find some time. Makoto might just lose his Aegis very quickly if he's not too careful, as Fearless does zip in. Makoto though with the node, it's not gonna be enough. They'll surround now, but the bot back is there. FBZ gonna rejoin the fight. Makoto, he cops the Doom. They really want this TA. As Fearless now zips back in, gets the Vortex off, and that'll be a dead TA, it looks like, along with Kescute on the AA. Dreamercell, he's gonna try and run, but Motivate Trust somehow, John, they've made this team fight work.
Yeah, that's pretty ridiculous.
I believe that's Mastros crying, John.
Yeah, the big thing was that Boom, FVZ buys out the space to finish up the Roche, but then Boom lacked that big frontliner up front to deal with these heroes. They don't have the power to rip through the strength anymore without the Tim, and it kind of fell flat from there. The lead of Boom drops down to just about 2k. It's still up there, but Motivate Trust have kind of reeled it back in. The TA needs the Mountains come in. BKB's important here.
Start off onto Hyde. The arrow though, and now Hyde's gonna round with FBZ. Walrus punch out. That'll be Leonak. Probably 10. They are going to chase for a bit more as well. They want to try and get a secondary kill. End up finding out Q, but Q's with the leap. Thump sharps out. He's going to leap the other way, but that is the wrong way. Thor was waiting. With that, Boom, they need to get back into the game again, but back to that earlier team fight that just occurred, John. It was a pretty disaster for... They wasted the buyback on FB. I'm not sure how they even made that work, Motive. That was quite impressive.
Yeah, it's I think the issue there was Boom was not ready as a team. They were really scattered around for their spell usage. They didn't have their front liner. They didn't have the way of dropping the strength on Masros and on Jackie, and that was Masros. You know, he probably used the Doom there. He didn't Doom, double Doom supports. He just waited for the TA after the Aegis. They got the kill, and they cleaned up. That's all Motivate Trust needs to do now. They've gained back enough. They just need to execute on the right heroes, use that Doom on the big target, and try to find those kills.
Happen with this. Very confident. Esports, I feel like they should not be backing here. Waiting for McCoy.
Oh, there's smoke, bro.
Which is they do, and they've got the task. Hyde has been caught, and that seems to be the Motivate. Got Hyde first, then Boom's unwilling to fight.
That was a bit of a mistake from Boom. They smoked on tier 2, immediately Hyde smoke broke. They should have known something was up, but Hyde stayed around.
Oh, FBZ! He's gone. Jackie, he will time the process, but he has reincarnation as now. Gets in with the Vortex. They would love to catch out Dreamercell, and he is already quite low as Jackie will keep up the chase. He'll get the Wraith Fire stun off into the Ink Swan. He's gone. What is happening with...
Radiant are scanning.
Oh, I'm not sure. Like, it's almost a bit similar to how GXR and Motivate Trust went out, right? Like, GXR had an amazing early game, then they made a couple of small mistakes. The game stalls out. This time, it's not quite stalling out the game. It's just that Boom have dropped a couple of these big fights. That Motivate are back in. They're back in the lead now. They're less than 1k up. The lead of Mikado has kind of shrank, been steady at about 2k here. But Jackie and Monsters have caught up, and so has Fearless. And they start to invade that jungle, get some gold back up. The progression here for Mikado has slowed down. He needs that BKB, but even the BKB is not going to be enough. The Doom is just going to still handle that. You have to be pretty cautious, and you have to be really aware as to where Masteros is. He is definitely key to these fights. One big Doom enables you to kill either the Timbersaw or the TA. And at this point, Fearless With the Orchid up, working towards his own BKB, the Storm's going to be a powerhouse in control as well. Double Vortex, it feels like that's much more important than the double Doom. You really don't want to use Doom on the supports, but if you could Vortex 2 supports, that just leads to easy kills. Heck, even just vortexing the CK+1 illusion helps you figure out who's the real one and helps you to focus that damage on those big heroes.
They're going to make the jump in. He does get the Yules off, though, to avoid the...
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Meanwhile, Jackie, he does have the full radiance up now. Going to be poked out from the side of Boom, though. They've got the BKB up on Makoto, and who are they going to jump first? They find Phyllis on the Storm. That's a great pick-off. Now FBZ going to go for more. Leonak, he's going to around behind. Done out, try to let the rest of them go, but on the other side, Jackie, he started another fight. Hide, Makoto, they're going to go after the Wraith King, and they'll get the reincarnation. That's the first life down. Buybacks to fly out from Fearless. He needs Jackie. The big trouble with the zip in. Fearless right onto Hyde. Gets the tusk down. Masteros meanwhile dropping low himself to Dreamer Cell. It does go down, but now the mutant is out. They got the Doom onto the TA, but there's no follow-up to it. Down quite low, but he's going to be alright as they keep going forward. FBZ is now onto the Storm, and they will get the tie back. Bad news there for Fearless. Esports. KB up on Makoto. They make this team.
And super awkward for Motivate Trust. They just split themselves into two fronts. They couldn't handle either side with just 2 or 3 heroes. They needed everyone to clump in at the right spot. Fearless getting caught out for that greedy play on the power rune really hurt as well. Like, he dies just trying to grab an Invis rune, not even the most important rune for the Storm. And it just kind of holds back Motivate Trust because of that. Fortunately for Motivate Trust, that the Roche isn't up yet, so there's no big objective for Boom to take from that sort of punishment. It's still going to be a while until that's up. They can just sit back, try to farm back up, get some of these key items up. Jackie's trying to work toward his halberd now with the Radiance running, and that's going to be big. It helps you handle the TA as long as the BKB doesn't come out first. And if you stop Mikado from getting hits off, you're stopping the majority of their gold from being effective at all. So you just need to wait for this to come out from Jackie. It could also force out the MKB down the line with all the mischances available.
Very confident that Radiant jungle. Motivate. They're going to take time out to just kind of get the farm back up. That point where Boom should be very, very strong. Understandable now that Motivate don't really want to fight as you're going to go for chains out on. There is going to be a point in this game though where I do believe Motivate will just understanding will feel the need to pressure up, but got to get those objectives down. Can't wait too long. They may not really have much of a choice. Folk income. Motivate. Want to try and fight. Now we're about to drop. Makoto going to be targeted though. Masteros, he gets the Doom off. It's the arrow and the Ice Blast. Makoto is going to get completely blown up. He is just gone. It's a more. They didn't even commit the Doom. I thought they did. I thought they committed the Doom on it.
Yeah, they just pump fake. Masteros knew he didn't need it. They got the chain stunts off. The Inkswell was on top. The arrow follow-up was clean. And if you can just hold down the TA that long, you can save your Doom. They find a really big kill, and this is very timely. Roche is going to be up in 1.5, so you're still going to be able to respawn here from Mikado.
Oh, Dreamer Cell has been caught. Great initiation there from Masteros and Leonak, and in fact, Kenskute, he wants to give him another gift. Goes up, Masteros. We've seen him chasing Kenskute the whole game. Here we go again. He just wants to go for the dive. He really hates this AA. Arrow out. He's going to set up for another.
Dire's structures are fortified.
I'm not sure what Kenskute has done to Masteros, but we did so with 4 deaths at the 8-minute mark, just chasing him down in the lane phase. Get him once again.
And this is worrying for Boom once more. 2K lead up for Motivate Trust. At the point where Boom should be a lot stronger. They commit way too hard for the tier 2 push down bot. They didn't have a ward watching the that bot jungle at all. So Motivate Trust managed to sneak in. The scan is spotting out the Roche pit, but Roche isn't up yet. This could force Boom to maybe preemptively fight. Motivate Trust could be able to get a couple of pickoffs right then, and if they do find a kill now, that will definitely open up the Roche pit for them.
Quiet group. They're gonna zip in. They want hide straight off the bat. Masros is there into the backside. It looks like they've got FBZ. With the Dooms, the Timber, he can't do anything. Fearless, though, does drop on the Storm, so they at least get that going for them. A nice snowball from Hyde. He bought back into the team fight to try and help out. It'll allow FBZ to back off for a bit as well. They get the incarnation, but FBZ, he is still dying. He does end up dropping on the Timber, but Jackie, he's in big trouble. He's going to try and man fight 3, but it will not work out. Boom Esports do come out on top again. And you talked about that Roshan, John, but it is more than open now for Boom.
It's a wonky initiation from Motivate Trust. They managed to get that insta-kill on Hyde, but they kind of disjointed their spells. Fearless was fought in the back by Trosel. That's the big one. Storm just dying before anything else meant that they couldn't really follow up on the damage, and now this Roche doesn't take too long with a TA with a Deso, and the Tusk around with tag team every single time. That is Aegis Cheese plus Axe short for Roche number 2. And the shard is just going to be super obnoxious. It's going on Mikato. The silence is really going to throw you off here. Especially Fearless, because he rushed his Act. So he went for the AoE Vortex, but no protection from the silence. If he's under a trap, he has no way of purging that silence off, and he is a dead man standing.
Not working at BKB. Ball off now. The Aghanim step. Great and all, but you've got to be able to land it. Otherwise, you kind of got FB that team fight not work out. It's this Tusk, John. You hide, he just keeps seeing Motivate. They try to aim down Hyde every single time the team fight out. Buying so much time to fight a Boom. You Hyde bought back. Not like they could have done much about it, but they can rectify those mistakes. Motive.
Yeah,
next time if they do ask,
yeah, that would be big. The big issue is Fearless. When he jumps in, it takes a while for fall backup to go to him, and he doesn't have anything protective. So if Dreamosel actually gets a really good roll and device for the Chaos Vault, he's just dead.
Earth got startled. Yeah. Oh. Right past the trap, Hyde. Now spot him out. Ice Blast is there, and they will burst him down. Another nice pick off here for Boom. Got Fearless there to creep, skip that bot lane, and that's exactly what he.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
Somewhat
attack.
careful. Get picked up. Back towards. In the meantime, Boom, go ahead and start hitting the. They don't really mind. Creep wave is coming.
Radiant's bottom
Get out and now to finish off his Daedalus now. Damage output of this TA is bot lane. BZ got caught for a second, but the BKB and just checked out of there. Pretty much they can do about it. Fine.
Yep, it's a forced BKB charge. That was his 9-second charge, so you're going to feel pretty nice about that. FBZ going to be down to 8 seconds, a bit of a cooldown. There's a window here for Motivate Trust if they want to do something. It is a bit forced if they jump in now. There's still the Aegis running on Mikato. They've lost their outpost here as well, so they're losing out on some XP per minute, which is never good. Hurts, especially for support. Try and build up here, especially on Leonak. Like, one other way for Boom to sort of for Motivate Trust to sort of start to roll back in is maybe the Dark Portrait onto Grimstroke. If they had some room to get that farm priority onto Leonak, that would be big. but they don't have the space. They're moving around as 4, farming up in safety. The side of Boom is just too scary right now. Like, they can't split up. And once they're split up, Boom is just going to find an easy pick-off and just going to run from there. So, a lot more cautious for Motivate Trust. 5k lead for Boom as they're just slowly building in. Looking at Dreamcell, he's working towards a heart now on that CK. He's going to have so much HP. And they just don't have a way of boosting him unless they commit to Doom and get a good Vortex off. Dreamcell, we've seen him pretty much 2-3 shot Fearless. If Fearless isn't careful, if he dies in the middle of the fight first, it's not going to feel good for Motivate.
Yeah, let's see. Wait. My Shadow immediately popped and like Motivate, dude, they don't want to fight.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Courier, that was hard on there. Same for him. Right aside for Motivate, who won't be able to find anyone. However, they still just controlled the map. Minute and a half on this Aegis as well. Might have just the time to try and either go for the tower, maybe even high ground if they feel.
Radiant's middle
The
tower
Boom, you get the mid tier. Probably just back off, let the Aegis expire. Play it safe. Need to rush here, but Fearless is getting the rain time blast out Jackie. That's about all they're gonna do though.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Yeah, just trying their best to stall out these tier 2 pushes. You really can't overcommit for it. Like, if you have to, you have to allow Boom to kind of just take off the outer towers. Your high ground's really good now for Motivate Trust because of this Ags on Fearless, of course. So the AoE Vortex is basically your biggest team fight spell here, and you can follow up. You can get some really good soul bonds off the back of that. Maybe go for that double Doom again. Steady progress. The BKB for Jackie, just about 70 gold off. So once that BKB is up on a Wraith King, it suddenly feels a lot easier to stand in front. You're not taking the damage from that Timber Saw. That's the big one. You're not going to lose your strength. You're not going to be bursted down as fast. And this could be the opening for Motivate Trust if they get a good use on that BKB.
We've seen it over and over. Love trying to get Hyde first.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Showing it all. Oh, he's gonna start running back into. Play it safe. He'll just scan out with the traps. Well, promote. No. Really want to fall. The outpost and back. Nothing's coming out of this for me. A lot of hesitation. Now Jackie's trying to bait in the right behind him with the obvious boot. They're not going to fall for it, and just speak. FB's
easy. That's
nobody.
Remember, he used his first charge and running away, which just tested out to make sure it was actually 8 seconds. So kind of remembered to check for the water, you know, make sure his product's right. It's not like anything's happening. No one's jumping anyone. It's a 40-second cooldown. Not too bad. I think right now for Boom, they're just waiting for the heart on Dreamcell. It's almost up. Just lacks the booster and the recipe. So about 1,300 gold off. Once you have that heart on the CK, it feels a lot stronger. You've got so much HP right now. Without the full heart, it's 4k HP for Dreamcell with the armlet on. So it's going to be hard to burst him down. You will have to commit your chain stuns to that CK if you are worried about him. And as long as Dreamcell sort of understands his positioning in these fights, tricky to deal with him and his illusions in the Phantasm as well. So we'll see if Motivate Trust can kind of work around that. The lead for Boom hasn't been growing though. It's been steady at 5 to 6k. So despite having more of the map under their control, Motivate Trust are ensuring that they still get that same trickle of gold as well, which means that Boom doesn't have a major item advantage across its course. It's relatively even, except for Mikado. He's the one that's sort of ahead with the Daedalus up. There are still tools to play with for Motivate Trust as they try to smoke again.
FBZ's run in front of them. And Mazros go for the Ice Pass is there. Vortex holding them all down. And they have got Hyde, but Maz fearless. He's gone already, Makoto. He gets the kill on Jackie. The drop along with Mazros. Dreamer Soul's there with the Rift though. He'll try to TP. The Walrus Punch did not come in time. What happened there? Hyde got stunned or something?
I'm not sure. It looked like he couldn't get the clicks off. Like I'm not.
He got stunned. He got stunned. He was mid, and he got stunned by something.
Maybe the Arrow or Inkswell. Still unfortunate they couldn't find that kill, but the hesitation for Motivate Trust cost them. They get a good initiation on low Jackie.
Right, but there's that snowball out Hyde. He's going to be in trouble, but he's got the secondary life as Hyde now. Going to be focused. In fact, no, Maxaros. He's on to Dreamer's Cell. That's the big one you want to take down, but he's got a hard up. Doesn't matter. Not quite. They get rid of him. Now 3 heroes. Boom, without buyback. How does that even happen? Like, Boom had a great team fight just seconds ago. And now there's 3 heroes dead on Boom without buyback.
They're always caught off guard by the blinking. Like that keeps catching them off every single time. That's how Motivate Trust comes in and just gets the initiation, gets control off. In the fight before that, again, you got that good zip in, you got the really good Vortex from Fearless, but the Doom never came out from Monstros. In fact, it's still up, which is nice now because you could wait for Roach, have Doom up then. But in that big initiation from Fearless, the Soulbind was up. Monstros was, again, trying to look for a bigger Doom target and just net spell off. So I think if you might have used Doom there in the first fight, you wouldn't have to have had the second fight with a buyback. And that would have saved you some gold, you know, give you some padding for the buyback as well. Boom, they're gonna have enough time for Hiroshi. It's gonna be up in 17. You're gonna have to wait a bit for Dreamosel to be up and running, but you can contest. You got the trap in the pit. You know when it's up. Either a free, you know, a free ag short or a refresh coming through here. Would prefer the ags, especially on Boom side. You could go for the refresh on the Doom, but Motivate Trust are aware now. So Boom, if they want to contest, they need to start moving fast.
That actually, this thing is there. Jackie, he's gonna get started on the road. Back off, smoke up, Moonlight Shadow, FBZ, he's right in. He just changed right into them. Now they will just try and focus him down, and it won't be a problem. But, block 2 of them in from Hyde. Motivate, I mean, they know FBZ's down. I'm not sure if they know he has no bite, but if they do, they can guarantee take a free Roosh. I'm sure they'll realize that now that the buyback is just not coming in. FBZ.
It's a bit tough for Boom to go into this 4v5 without the Timber Saw. Again, they can't rip through the strength on Jackie and on Masaros. They're trying to scout out with the CK illusions, but they're not in position to snipe it. So it looks like they might just be surrendering that Roche away. They know they can't really take the additional losses here. I'm curious to see who they give the ag short to. It doesn't look like they'll have. Actually, they hand it to Jackie. All right, reincarnation up for the entire team. Here we go. Love to see it. No one's gonna die. Well, I mean, they'll die after a while, but they can kind of turn it into 5v5, going 5v5 as well in terms of deaths, because that's what Wraitkin can do.
A lot of good spells to you. Like, going to be a bad reincarnation for any of the heroes on Motive. It's actually quite valuable no matter what hero you really get reincarnated. Apart from maybe the Doom. Even the Blade can stack up in damage.
Actually, I think it's the most beneficial for Masaros. We've seen him die early in these fights without getting Doom off. Now he doesn't need to worry. If he dies first, great. He can still get Doom off anyway. It doesn't matter. That's going to be really helpful for Motivate Trust. I might have maybe leaned towards the Dark Portrait and Leonak, simply because he can't really farm it on the Grip Stroke this game. Then again, it doesn't feel like they lack damage. Dark Portrait isn't really necessary. Boom side now. They're down in Aegis, they're down to Cheese. There's that reincarnation now on the AoE for Jackie. Boom needs to be a bit cautious. The drop-off is kind of there for Dreamocell. He's just not tanky on this ZK. He's got a lot of HP. The armor feels negligible. As long as he's focused down, he just melts. And it's a strange thing to say when he's got 18 plus 10 on his armor with that arm active on. So he's just not tanky enough. The damage output from Mikado, he can't really stand and fight as much now as well. He has to be super cautious with his positioning, and this is the point where Motivate Trust's draft is more forgiving to execute. AoE Vortex is super easy to throw out. The Wraith King can just stand in front, has 2 live, and lower cooldown now on Max. You've got Incarnate as well for your allies to not worry about their timing and spell use. It's now Boom who has to play really well to find these kills.
Oh, Fearless, he got silenced. Dance on the TA, silences him up. That'll be the Aegis gone, but High get caught out as a trade. Get a touchdown without buyback. I don't know if Motivate are aware of this, but apparently Jackie is just rushing forward onto the tier 3 tower. The only problem is he's on his own right now. He get the hell out. Ice Blast. That'll be enough to get the first line. Are they still going to go? Apparently they are. Jackie wants going.
I don't think they care too much about the Aegis or the first life in Jackie, simply because they can still force stuff out and make stuff happen here.
Got FBZ, arrows out, no dude necessary. They will burst them down, and now the Vortex Fearless into the backside will get Kescued. Dreamocell and Makoto, they're going to try and fight with this BKB and his FBZ. Back, and then on Jackie. Life, he'll just keep going. He's got reincarnation back up in 1 second.
Oh,
and
no.
He will die half a second early. Half a second early.
Oh, man. Lit if he lived back in, and Boom, they've managed to defend. They do find one nice kill to keep the chase up.
It's up on Q, that's all he's gone, but it has no way to cancel the TP. On cooldown. He lost the tier bottom tower, but that's about all they've lost. It's really not too bad of a scenario, but you really know how confident Motivate are. Later stage of the game. Look at Dota Plus. It was quite a Boom most of the way, but at this point now we're sitting at 10th away.
Yeah, and I'm curious what the loot bit odds are like. Has it shifted? Because it was relatively even at the start of this game, so I think right now it definitely reflect that for Motivate Trust. What?
Back to the
Dreamocell?
going on, Fearless, Masteros, no, not gonna catch the Fearless, he's gonna zip in for a Vortex sound. They have the follow-up and back. Dreamocell gonna try and go in onto Q. They'll still go for the Jackie, he's not really committed to the buyback, so Dreamocell is back in. Masteros, he does stun him up underneath the tier 4 towers, but they have the damage. Not quite. Racked about to drop and hit the Soulbind off. Masteros, he has no 7 seconds, but it won't matter. Jackie's in. Who are they going after though? Hyde with the snowball is going to save Dreamocell. It's don't life away unless Fearless can catch him up, and he does. They got the CK, they'll get the kill. Onto Hyde, they'll find another. They do have buyback on Dreamocell, not quite on Hyde though.
Yeah, it's still alright for Boom. They managed to apply some really good pressure. They took the melee racks. Their lane's going to be a bit easier to shove in naturally. Always good news for the side of the team that does get that first bit of racks. I am curious what Jackie wants to go for here. He's holding on to his gold. 5.6k in the bank. Casual. Yeah, the Divine is it. The Divine, right? Like, you've got the free Ag Scepter. You want to just do the damage up front. And, you know, as long as you have the BKB on your form, you know, in your actual death, you can just TP home. Save that Divine, pop your BKB right then. Nothing to stop it here from Boom, so it'd be relatively safe for Jackie. if he wants to go for it. Might be waiting for extra gold for the buyback as well, just in case. Playing a bit safe. So it's a high ground if they want to try. And boom, well, respawn's coming up. Buyback's still ready. It's not the end of the world just yet here.
Not, or it might be FBZ. He's been caught out. A great stun out from Masaros and FBZ. He gets sipped on. Healers. No, they don't have enough damage. They were out of range for the Vortex. Healers just a little bit short. Pass. Kill him to FBZ. Jackie, Ice Blast gonna be right on target. One life. Jackie looks like he's not gonna mess around too much. Back off and without the cooldown. Probably a lot try and force a fight, and they are gonna smoke up.
Dire are scanning.
Though motivate looks like they get out and smoke maybe. It's gonna be sticking around too long.
Yeah, they can just bail out, reset. It's on Boom to try to be aggressive and punish this forward movement. Jackie, though, is still here.
Jackie has reincarnation at 15. Nice vortex out from Fearless to hold them back. They'll still try to force the fight. A big doom out though. They've caught Kodo with that doom, but Jackie's still dropping. 4 seconds. He might have enough time after this ghost is done to be able to reincarnate. And I think he just may as he will turn around onto Dreamer Cell. And yeah, he has another reincarnation. Welcome back, Jackie. Dreamer Cell. He's gonna try and man fight. But how do you find something that just won't die? Maybe you can do a big Masteros, he does drop. Still being chased down. Is all it's gonna drop.
Fagan has been eyeing your mount.
Motivate Trust. It ends up being a 3-1 trade. Masteros will commit the buyback. He's coming back in.
Yeah, they want to go for as much as they can. You know, FBZ has no buyback. They want to force out the CK buyback, and if he does, fantastic. It's gonna be up in a bit, so we're gonna have some damage coming through. But how do you handle Jackie? Like, he is just... if you don't kill him fast enough, Reincarnate gets back up, and he just lives again. And the process continues, you know. It never ends with a Raid King this way. I would have honestly loved to see him with, say, the Prism or the Quickening Charm, just to ensure your window to get that second Reincarnate is a lot better. But, of course, that's a bit of a silly thing to give when you have that nice Penta-Edge sword. Still, they find the racks. Jackie by himself is just clearing the bot as well. They could go for Megas if they want. They've already forced the buyback. Boom, they're going to have to play as 4 for a full minute on the defense here.
The thing is, notice FBD not have buyback up. Play it safe. He's not going to give life away. He can definitely just kick back in and chip away this T tower. That he wants heroes. Be able to get any yet. If there is Coldbite into the double doom now. They've caught both of them out. Hyde, he does get a snowball off, and they're going to try and fight this one out, but it's not looking great already as Makoto. He can't do anything with that doom. He will drop, and he will buy back immediately, but now Dreamer Cell, he's going to be in danger. Through the ball, they'll keep the chase up. Another Wraith by Blast, but Jackie now needs to back off. Doesn't have reincarnation up. A great chance in from Hyde. They've locked in the pos 1. They should be able to get him. There's the reincarnation again, but he will not respawn time around. Kodo, he'll go into the backside. Gonna after that Kimbrana, be able to get him. He will defend against Megas.
Yeah, they hold on. Last set of racks still standing. They did have to buy back on some pretty big heroes to allow that. So they're down to just, well, they're down to no buybacks right now, except for Hyde. So it's a risky spot for them to be in. There's a lot of ways for MTG to kind of bounce back from this. But good news for Boom, Roshan 9 seconds. That's the objective they need themselves. If they find a Roshan, they get themselves a safety net on Mikoto. They're going to have a refresh plus Ag's Blessing up. Unfortunately, if Motivate Trust do spot it out with these illusions or Fearless, so they know the Rosh is up. Boom has to be the one to cap numbers advantage, though.
Fine, Rapier up. Love to see it. He's been hitting hard already with that Daedalus. I believe last time I checked, he was hitting about 1.8 worth of a crit. That was with Divine Rapier. How he goes now with that Meld Strike. 1.6k now without the Meld Strike, which is going to only mean so much damage when you do Meld as well. They get caught with their pants down as Fearless is a bit by himself, but he's got the backside, he's got the AA, and he's got the mana to get himself out. Surely is FBC.
Oh no!
He gets the Yules off. BKB is up in time. They'll get the Warriors punch. Fearless, he has no mana left. Oh, FBZ, he just commits. Just knew maybe he was gonna wear off. Barely got it in time.
Oh boy. Fearless. Hey, that was a kill that they needed to stave off. Maybe a high ground. Now the rush is going to be taken for sure. Unless Fearless buys back for this. They could still try to fight. Motivate Trust to win. Boom's being a bit more cautious without the Ice Blast on their side here.
I mean, it's a big John. You gags up now as a few stickers being placed down just to invite them in. Jackie saying, come on, there's pizza onto FBZ, but a nice snowball again, gonna save from Hyde. Masteros, he pops the BKB. FBZ, he's gonna have to run, but Hyde, he probably won't be so lucky, and Jackie's gonna chase him down and take him out. Buybacks are there. Pizza is still on offer here from Motivate Trust. Boom. Thinking about coming back in. They obviously can't really afford to allow the Roche to go either. He can turn Yules up, but he may get caught out of the there. They've got the Timber and now the Vortex to hold down Hyde. No snowballs to save this time around from the Tusk. They do have the control, but they're gonna buy back onto another. Masteros, he did wrong, but doesn't matter because Jackie will get to work onto Makoto. He's got the Divine Rapier now on the Raid King. No buyback available onto Dreamer Cell. The Ice Blast comes in. Jackie gets the kill. No buyback on Dreamer Cell or Makoto, and that's going to be enough. They call it. It was such a great start. Boom Force, but they just could not close it out. Couple of bad team balls throughout the mid game, and suddenly Motivate Trust just back into it.
Yeah, and this is something we've seen with Motivate Trust.
Check the mic and make sure it sound right. sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys.
They need to find more objectives. We've seen teams make this mistake against Motivate Trust, not just recently, man. You think back to Pro Series 3, to the Summit 13. If you don't end the game while you're ahead, Jackie's still gonna find farm. I don't know how he does it. He's very efficient in doing so. Motivate Trust just manages to make that space, but he bounces back in, and Fearless as well manages to do that very splendidly. So you have to make use of that advantage, actually find these objectives, and really choke at Motivate Trust. Make them stay in the high ground, force the high ground issue really early on while Motivate Trust is under-farmed, and you can go from there. We've seen GXR make that mistake. We've seen Boom make that mistake, not just here, but, you know, back in those tournaments I mentioned as well. Summit 13, BTS Pro Series 3, that went 3-0 for Motivate Trust. See, they need to find their win condition, hammer it in, and stop Fearless and Jackie from farming, because they just go ham. So we'll see if Boom can kind of fix those issues. You can see that they respect Band at Raid King. That's why you first phase it for Motivate Trust, because it's just such a stable win condition for Jackie, no matter what. You're up against an unfavorable matchup, doesn't matter. Jackie still manages to use that Raid King really well, so they're forced to ban it, and Boom shake it up. They go with the FBC Mars plus the Snapfire, so Arena Kisses combo in play here for Boom. They love this combination. We've seen them play this a ton, not just here, but in the DPC as well, and in the previous tournaments. Very stable combo to have, and a very strong lane to have as well, if that is the pause for Snap. Kiss Cookie into stun with a spear on top with a God's Rebuke. Lots of damage early on to harass out Jackie.
Seconds. Radiant team ban. seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team back.
Yeah, it feels less effective, especially without the presence of Double Doom and that Inkswell, as you mentioned. I think it's still a really decent off lane to have on hand, mainly because you have such a massive spell. It's kind of like the Tide, except instead of Ravage, it's a single target piece of control. So you really have to maximize that break. But the one thing the Doom has on top of that is, in lane, if you have something like, say, an Enchantress Doom is just really annoying. 2 neutral creeps, basically, with the Doom's Devourer and the Enchanted creep, can really turn that lane around. And for the Doom, if he falls behind in lane, you get your Devourers on 60 seconds across each level. Your farm is always racking up. You can go for the Midas, as we saw Masteros in game 1, and you can still recover. So it's a hero that, you know, can dominate a lane, not as easily as before, but can always find steady farm. And I think that's what Motivate Trust want. They understand that their early game can be a bit shaky, so they just have these conditions to get themselves pumped back up by the mid to late game. And that the Doom just kind of allows you to do that. Boom. They do pick up the puck. Oracle doesn't really stop the puck. Doom, if you can land the Doom, can hold the puck down, but it's a bit trickier to do that because the puck has great silences when you're up close. You can just kind of go around as well really nicely, so you have to be really quick here on your Doom to get the puck locked in. And it's a stable sort of pick for Mikato. It's not one of his flashiest heroes, you know, he's definitely on that TA. And in this matchup, I think Fearless could start to consider again if he wants to just go for the Storm. He sees his mid matchup. They could prioritize his Storm once more. I mean, he loves his Storm, and we saw him really bounce back once he had the Orchid up. He was running around. He can set the pace again if he wants to.
Juggernaut.
Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team pick.
Dusk.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team back.
Yeah, it's a still a stable sort of mid here for Motivate Trust if they want. They could maybe flex it as a support, but with the Oracle on hand, I don't think you really have the room to have a DP support. You kind of lack control in that sense. So you hold your mid well, you have a good silence to play with, and you've got good push coming out with a DP. This is sort of fixes those early issues for Motivate Trust where their early game was just really wonky. They didn't find the objectives as fast as they'd want. For their side, DP just kind of always does with Exorcism. You just need to play around that timing, and we'll see if Fearless can get that done. The Tusk here for Boom, of course, Hyde, we saw him do spectacularly well on that hero last time around. You do have the Tusk Mars lane. That can be equally potent as the Snap Mars lane, so you're having great dual lanes on hand regardless. You've got a lot of ways to really apply that pressure onto Jackie, and for Motivate Trust, they do have some, I mean, just having the Oracle gives you really great defensive supports to play with in that sense, but it can still be a bit overwhelming. Now, you do have the spin on your Jug, the spin out of the arena downline to avoid a lot of the damage in lane, but the initial cooldown for Blade Fury is pretty long. Jackie's going to have to watch when he commits that spell. And for Boom's part, they are focusing in on additional supports. We are lacking our Lionak hero, so our Q here. So we'll see what they opt for in the pause 4 here, and see what they do kind of drag in. I think what options are left. Like, the big one is, say, Elder Titan, which we haven't seen Leonak play in quite a while. It's a hero they love, but you don't really have setup for it here, so not sure if they'd really want to opt for that.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team pick.
Earth Spirit.
Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Kind of want something that helps you with the arena as well, enjoys that control, and with the Dream Coil on your puck. Maybe something a bit quicker here to meet the pace of everyone else. You could go farm heavy if you want to, but in a farming war, it just feels like Motivate Trust wants that. If you want to play the farmer against Jackie, Jackie's confident enough that he will actually keep up despite a bad lane. So I think something with a quicker pace would be nice. I'd still say Gyro, even though, again, no one's really picking it nowadays. I think with Arena, with Dream Coil, pretty nice. You can still play the farm game if you want. We don't tend to see Dreamwhistle play that too often, though. Probably not the option there. Maybe a Slark if you're worried about the Jug here. Slark versus Jug tends to be better for Slark. You've got the Doom to sap away some stacks as well if you want to go that route. The hold is pretty decent as well, at least with a Pounce. So they could go for that direct core matchup at the least if they want to, but they're thinking about it as well. I think they did try to pull off the CK last time. They go with a PL, it's Illusions once more. Trying to run down. You could still play this a bit quick. It's not really here that maximizes the Arena plus Dream Coil, but your control from Motivate Trust isn't the best to keep a PL locked in. So there's a lot of leeway here for Dreamwhistle to go in and out, especially once he has his Manta style up. It's going to be tricky for Motivate Trust to lock him in, and the Jug doesn't enjoy this. Omni Slash is very hard to pull against a PL with all the illusions up and with the potential to just kind of doppel away. So Dream Assault is going to have a lot of space out there, and it is, you know, it can be quick. It's a bit slower for the most part. Like, we tend to see Yasha Diffusal, then Manta, or Manta into the Diffusal, or sometimes the SNY, and you can start to play from there. But before that point, you're sitting back, you're farming. There's more that the supports and the other two cores of Boom have to do to buy that space for Dream Assault this game. I'm actually leaning towards Boom here. I think the PL still has a lot of leeway to get in and out. The direct matchup of PL versus Jug feels a lot better for the PL, and you don't have the best ways to deal with that Bam on Motivate Trust side. You don't have something like the Ember. You don't have even something like a Grimstroke would have been really nice in the support to handle that PL, or an LC. So Dreamcell has a lot of leeway here to become that big win condition for his team. He might need to be KB because of those silences you mentioned. The Manta alone might be enough, as long as he knows how to kind of weave in and out, dodge a lot of those spells. There's a lot of mechanical skill that has to come out with his doppelganger use, but I think Dream has also shown us time and time again that he is at that skill level. He's, you know, very fast with the reflexes. So I think as long as he manages to execute properly, it's Motivate Trust that's going to have a bit of a rough time in holding him in. The one thing that Motivate Trust has nice is their spikes are a bit faster, and beyond Exorcism and Doom, while they have some pretty long cooldowns to play with, but the activity from Q can set up for them early. So we have to see this Earth Spirit line up for mid, maybe get some early rotations off, force his team to follow him around, and try to bring some pacing out towards Boom. You don't want Boom to have that same start this time around, especially with the fact that if it comes into late game, Dreamo Cell is going to scale a lot better if they do drop off at that point. So you do want to bring it back towards Boom here for Motivate Trust.
I was kind of leaning the other way. I actually felt like Fate had the draft here, but I suppose it go either way. Draft's very good at what they do. Wait and see what we can get up to. Of course, last game, there was a lot of errors being
30 seconds to
by
go.
Boom, I would argue. That's the thing, right? Like, if you
There's a fine line between bravery and
either
stupidity.
draft and work, but it's the moment one of these teams mistake that it starts to feel. See if kind of rectify the issues happening during game one, especially go into that bot boundary. Not motivate. They're not going to even
Begins.
try and go for the top. Be able to take it. That was a 3. Oh no, Leanak took it in fact. Now Jackie gonna sneak up from the backside. A nice shots to block the wave, but FBZ load up the spin. It is gonna do enough. Just barely, and there's Masros's crying face once again. I do like that, by the way, that kind of tissue guy.
It's a lovely emote, and Motivate Trust off to a pretty good start here. Jackie getting first blood does give him a lot of gold, and this lane combo coming out from Motivate is actually pretty potent. You can sort of play with Fortune's End plus spin, hold heroes down. FBZ level 1, of course, going for the God's Rebuke to clear out the creep wave means that he doesn't have a way to shove Jackie off of him if he does fully commit. And they are going to try to stabilize the lane. Hyde's just going to go for the pull to get his levels up, and Leonak's going to try to make it a bit annoying at the least, but should hold steady. Once FBC hits level 3, you feel a lot nicer on this Mars, and once you hit level 2 on Hyde, he has a little bit more utility on hand as well. He was forced to go for level 1 shards, so they couldn't really play with tag team, and that's just kind of rough. Like, he was forced to try to cut off that path, so it is leading to him having to be greedier with the lane to get that level 2 up.
Fear of Jackie. I did have the ban for Jackie. Right off for another minute. Nak is back towards that tower. We'll have a look at the other lanes as well. Mid lane against Makoto. And you know what? Never mind that for a second, because bot lane, where the happens, Dream itself went up there onto Q. Masros on the not really able to help out at the moment, so if he does get caught with his pants down.
Yeah, it's gonna be something that they have to watch out for, and we kind of saw Masros in this lane last time where he kind of overcommits on dive. We're gonna have to see if he tones it back a bit. You can see Q is also trying to contest these pulls, needs the levels on that Earth Spirit. They do have some aggression to play with here, especially if you find a decent creep for Masros, but the focus with the Devourer really is mainly in farm, so we don't see it prioritized for that control, at least until you hit more levels to get higher level creeps. And that does mean Dream Cell can just focus on the farm. He's not being zoned out too much. The PL is really slippery. You don't really want to fully commit. Kezcute is really able to play around with his range advantage as well. It's a dual melee lane. Kezcute's leveraging his attack advantage, and the burst damage he does have with Scatter Blast is pretty scary, especially if he does commit for the Scatter Blast build over the Shredder, and because he does ignore the Shredder, that should be what builds up here. And they need to find a way to kind of stop this, because Cell, it's pretty much a free farm lane for him.
Earlier, favoring Makoto right now. In fact, it's favoring not. He and Luck is still lane, especially yes.
Yeah, it's
Might have to just catch up a little. Not really much. Lost Makoto away though, right? Because you can always just kind of siphon off a shift. Way work.
yeah, it's a bit tough for the DP here. You're not building out a melee hero. You can still clear out the wave nice with your Crypt Swarm, but you're not leveraging your Spirit Siphon. That's what sustains the DP in lane, makes her win matchups. And in this kind of situation, giving Mikado this good start also causes issues. Like, the added mobility Mikado has means that he can snipe out these runes a lot faster. He does manage to grab his own water rune along with Bounty. Fearless do the same thing. But once it gets down to the power rune timings, the DP is not going to feel as good there, especially if Mikado has luck on his side and he can kind of figure out where it ends up. So Fearless just going to have to hold on. Once you're leveled 6, you can maybe make a play or at least look for a side lane to shove out. But for now, it's just always going to be a bit better for that puck.
And it is. Sniping away at Mikado. That orb's on cool. He does take a fair bit of damage. Enough to scare him off. His amount of runes. Never really afraid to take a bit of damage and know that you're going to have a full. The other lane pretty calm here, though. As I say, that FBZ is being spun on. Noble saved the day from Hyde. Like Jackie was going to go for the dive past the tower, but Noble does save the day once again.
Just, you know, very patient from Hyde. He understands this. They're having to play a bit more defensive. They're not really lining up the shots with the fear. They're looking for opportunities for the tag team. And the threat of Leonak just breaking off that initiation's a bit too strong. Jackie is, you know, he's farming well. It's not as well as the PL. I think that's pretty good news for Boom. But this is still relatively free for the Jug. It's not as much pressure as you'd expect from the Mars. And I think overall, they're kind of trading here. Both safe laners having really decent time, and it's just down to what kind of itemization we see coming through from Jackie. He is opting for the Battle Fury, so it's back to that slower Jug. We tend to see a lot of Maelstroms out nowadays, but Battle Fury for Jackie, that means, again, he's just going to sit back and farm, as he tends to do for Motivate Trust to become that big win condition.
Power rune down that pot. Him, it does up top, and haste rune now. Pull up as well.
Haste.
You're right up top to snipe Jackie on the. They may have to just set on to Leonak, but that being said, Jackie, he out of the coil, and now Mikado, he does commit. They have the healing ward. The will is snapped. Get him, Leonak. The die. They don't quite get the big target that they wanted, but they get something for their trouble. Kodo, he can just kind of walk his down towards the mid lane. However, what's happening has not.
Yeah, he just kind of walked in. They didn't have the opportunity yet to commit, but they might go for that push. They've got the Exorcism up. They'll just look for the tower. And maybe if they're lucky, manage to get Dream Assault. However, Boom is ready.
They are ready to defend, that's for sure, but they're going to the dive in. Snowball is down, Fearless going to take him. He's just fine. He's now Hyde. He's going to siphon with the Exorcism. It's certainly going to fall and Dream Assault. He gets out. Gets the TP off. Masteros unable to get the stop off in time. The best they can ask for is to take that bottom T1 tower, but while that was happening, Boom Esports, they're forcing in the mid one. And that's one way to force Motivate back. Apply that mid T1 pressure. Motivate, they are not falling all the way with that T1. Doesn't get the kill on the tower yet. Substantial amount of damage, and eventually Mikado, he had to rotate to try.
Yeah, Dream Core.
Masteros. Put out. They should have enough damage in the end here for Masteros to try and run. Oh. It won't matter though. They'll. Oh. Would have been a little bit awkward had Hyde not been there, but they had the touch just in.
Yeah, it does work out. Pretty nice pick off to get. It's off lane once again, dropping with. We've seen Masteros do this on his Doom, taking a bunch of deaths in lane. Doesn't mind too much. They're playing as 3, they're playing as 4. They're buying space out for Jackie, and that's all that matters. Because Jackie's going for that greedy Battle Fury. He needs space. He's solo laning against the Mars. FBZ is still slightly behind the Chug, so it's still free for Jackie. And this is everything Motivate Trust could want. Sure, you're kind of trading away with Dreamosell, but I think they're just really confident in how Jackie's going to scale here, and you can't fault them. Jackie always delivers the goods when it comes down to it.
Fearless You're right. They aren't going to try and make the dive in on the D.
Thank you, my beauties.
What a bounty!
Radiant's
team.
top tower is under attack.
XP, old. Better say Boomer are having just
Radiant are
slightly better time. So he is just barely out farming Jackie. In fact, never mind Jackie now. Very even. Fight net worth. Or a lot based around
Dire's
right now of
top
both.
tower is under
And
attack.
actually, speaking of Marino right now, and he might hiding spot. If the Mars FBZ are gonna come out, he is rooted up. Can he survive? No. It was just barely mistimed. Jackie will finish off the kill.
It's a bit awkward for FBZ, who's standing right under a ward. Didn't expect that one, and you know, Jackie getting a freebie means that the battlefield is that much closer. You're feeling good here. Motivate Trust. Dream of Cell is still saving up here for his defusal. Once you have that up, you can start to show up, force some issues, but without some stat padding, the PL is very squishy. So you're still going to want to build a farm into perhaps the Manta SNY, and that's when you off, which means both parts will still farm up. And I think for Motivated Trust, they're the ones with a little bit of pressure to get these cooldowns used. Exorcisms on standby, so is the Doom on Masaros. The Midas for Masaros is very close though. They might just want to give him the time to farm that up and start using it before, you know, potentially throwing his body away for these fights. And, you know, neither side has really managed to make progress yet on the tier 1s at the 11-minute mark. The bot is still looking very unhealthy for Boom. It's not gone yet. They can still keep playing around this lane, keep shoving it out. You have Mikado with the invis. They might try to go for the fight down bot.
Tower is under attack.
Up and now gonna stack up forward. They've got two of that coil with the kisses and feelers. He just disappears. He's gonna go on to Q, but the Fate's Edict does save him from a lot of that magic damage. Mac at least able to save one of them. Fortunately for Fearless, he just got bursted way too far.
Yeah, it's tough. Like, they couldn't manage to use that Edict on the puck, which would have been nice. And you can see Boom every single time just smoke up. They want to keep the aggression up. They still have the arena deployed, but FPZ is gone still.
They did commit the... We're unable to get the killer now. But gone too far. The rolls in. Silence does connect Q. Long enough with the silence to... hope to not be able to really... They back off. Get out their cooldowns again. Looks like Motivate. They want to do that. They'll go on to Keskin. But where's your backup damage? Not quite there yet. Feel making his way over. Roll again. Does land onto Keskin. Right back into the loving arms of... However, in the meantime, Jackie went down to the bot lane. Keskin is still alive, by the way. He cookies... They're not going to be able to kill him.
Yeah,
Jackie went down to an arena.
It's a really big kill. They hold off the Chug. He's trying to finish the beef here. He's still one part off. So it doesn't feel too bad, but that does mean PL overtakes. And the movement for Motivate Trust isn't lining up. They're trying to commit for supports. They can't find the kills. They're still sitting on Exorcism despite having popped Doom. They need to get a push off. Now that courier kill's big though. They do manage to stall off the defusal for Dreamo Sullen. That doesn't mean he's not going to show up. His farm is going to feel a bit more awkward for the next few minutes while waiting for that respawn. Could hold him back while the Battle Fury for Jackie's being built up. But I think we need to see Motivate Trust really stick together. They need to get a push going. The fact that these tier 1s are standing at 12 minutes in with a DP, it's not really good news. You want to get your push off, or at least find a team fight with this DP while it's strong.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Now we'll know hides around those. Shots are around. They'll get the snowball, but there's heat now about. Fearless, he's going to get started on Makoto, but FBZ is up now. A 3-man siphon's going on. Can they burst down Fearless? Not quite, apparently, as Keskune. He's going to be the one targeted, and he's going to drop as now Masaros is in, but he can't get the Doom off in time. Is able to jaunt his way out, and Masaros, he could still be in danger, and he will barely survive. Get both supports on the side of Boom. He's love to get that Doom on Kodo, but barely got the silence off in time to stop the animation from Masaros. But Motivate Trust, put the down, are going to be able to.
They can get started, they pop the EXO up. This is what they need to do. Even Jackie showing up for this push does have the Omni Slash ready. Boom. They might have to give this one out. They're not in position to really defend. That's going to open up the map for Motivate Trust. Gives jungle access for Jackie, and they're actually smoked up. They've still got Doom ready. There's a blink on Masaros. Could try to, bait that they're pulling back and kind of wrap around and find someone.
Why? Either one, Makoto or Dream. Backed off. Standing something is a right here. Back to farm. Large camp though. We're off. Nothing is going to come out of this for now. Boom is go. Target shot at the moment. Second and Hyde might jump.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Free line, they but they don't really want to go after him. They might want to go after Fearless, and they do. It does land, but the Fate's Edict is again going to block away a lot of that damage, and the False Promise comes in just in the nick of time. Now they can fight. Masaros is in. He's got Hyde on the tusk. There should be at least one dead here on the side of Boom Esports. They try to back off and engage. Coils be there. Makoto going to try and turn him out. They do get the Oracle, but the Doom is there. Makoto, he's been caught. He will drop. It's just not worth it for the side of Boom. Now even FBZ in danger. Ball doesn't land, but he's got the vision. PG make their way over. FBZ, he is caught, and he is most certainly just going to die here. Try to run. They have the damage. Yeah, another 3 down, I believe it was, for Boom East. Quite unfortunate as well, Kodo to go back in like that. Maybe just kind of not realizing the Doom had not been expended. Life away.
And those are really big mistakes from Boom. Motivate Trust gets a 2k lead out of that fight. They managed to get really big usage of their spells, and with the Doom down but EXO up, they could look for another push elsewhere or a big team fight. With how big and tanky Fearless is, they need to take care of Leonak first. And they can't jump in onto Fearless then realize you need to kill the Oracle after the fact. They commit the arena. They have to jump the backline somehow. They do have the mobility under Puck. They've got the blink for FBZ way down the line. For now, all of that responsibility lies in Mikato, and they need to get that info out. If you do find the Oracle first, you'll suddenly find that Fearless is a lot easier to manage, and you're gonna have an easier time killing off even the Earth Spirit. But as long as Leonak's alive, you don't have enough burst damage to deal with. So backline, Mikado's very, very close to his own blink, up and finding and reaching all the way back. They're still getting some decent farm here on Grimosol. Yasha's up, going for the SNY here. So he is going to be able to tank up front, have some stat resist, have some good strength on hand to help his illusions out as well. Motivate Trust though. And Midas up in Masaros. He's number 1 in net worth. He's got Devour running. The Battle of Fury's up in Jackie. As this game slows down, Boom feels a lot less safe.
Oh, gonna be Hyde. And he does have help coming in. Arena to drop. They've got Masaros with the spear around. Fearless going to show up as well. Koyo going to lock them down with the False Promise. Leonak again going to save the day on the Oracles. FBZ now. He's going to be in danger. Fearless, he'll get the Yules off. And he's sitting duck as he does drop, and now they find another. Keskune going to go down to boot. Jackie, he will just... that emote. Spam myself in these pubs, John. Might have to invest in the support.
Yeah, it's a real good one, and Motivate Trust, they're executing really well, really smooth. Boom! Seeing these ganks out on supports they can't kill, because Leonak's there. They can't kill Matsuros, he's really tanky, he has nearly 2k HP, so there's enough time to respond, although, saying that, Matsuros...
Lane, what a nice stun out, but it won't matter. They do at least get something for the...
Are scanning.
Wait, immediately run over. They can start another fight. I think when Exorcism is down, they're probably gonna have to take it. Unless Q does roll in and find the silence and the highly doubtful that's gonna happen, and they have to wait out this port. Have 3 find Makoto. They could try to bait a fight. Doesn't seem like it would be.
Yeah, they could try. They don't have Arena, they don't have Dream Coil, so their setup for the kisses isn't the smoothest. And that does mean their damage output and control, it's a bit lacking, but the same thing goes for Motivate. There's no Exo to worry about. Doom's dead, so there's no Doom as well. It's fairly hard to land that roll and the pull, as you mentioned, on the Earth Spirit, and also the Silence and Fearless, so... He could still try. It's a bit awkward for both sides. I think for Boom's part, again, every single time they try this, as long as Leonak's alive, he doesn't even need a False Promise. Just a Fate's Edict takes out the puck damage, takes out most of the Mars damage and most of the Snapfire damage as well. It makes it super awkward for Boom because they lack the burst. So they have to stop jumping in like that. They need to find Leonak somehow. It's really looking hard because Leonak's positioning's way too good. He's always all the way back, but still within the vicinity of his chorus at the right time, and manages to save. And this effort, Boom's trying and being aggressive, it's paying off for Motivate Trust. Motivate Trust aren't picking a lot of these fights. They're not the ones smoking up. They're not the ones running in for the most part, except maybe that last fight. They just get jumped, and they just so happen to be able to TP and save. So Boom has to reconsider that approach very hard, because if they keep feeding kills off like this, that lead Motivate Trust already has is just going to grow wider. Oh, Mike, I'm looking at Dreamocell. Guess what build this is?
Oh,
the Octarine.
No. Not this. Octarine and Shan's build up, I believe, is what we're about to see. On the brighter side, Johnny, he did go for a few damage items.
Yeah, it's not a rush. It's not like what Pale Horse used to do.
Yeah. And it doesn't know. Arkosh Gaming Special.
And I think Speed as well, right? Speed tried it once. He did try it. It doesn't have the best track record. Oh yes, yes he did. Then he tried PL Midas. And then he also learned from that, I think. Uh-oh. It's a different place, honey.
Yeah, I mean, it's not bad. Like, the Octarine... Very hard high ground into it. You're constantly just getting hit by lances. And that can be quite annoying. Pays off though. We'll does indeed. Yeah. Even if he doesn't want the shards, Octarine Core can still be done nicely. Having those low goals quite effective.
Yeah, it really is, especially once you hit 25 with the Doppelganger cooldown plus the 25% reduction in Octarine. It's up for a lot more than I think would be fair, and stuff like Spell Prism at that point when 25 is up, or even just a Quickening Charm casually on top. It's a lot of spell spam. It also makes it awkward for your Jug, because again, when it comes down to Omni Slash versus PL, you have to control the PL, and if you can just doppel off, well, your Omni Slash is not hitting anything, or if there's a million illusions coming through from the Spirit Lance, also makes it awkward. So this is kind of one way to stop the Jug with a Battle Fury from being too much. And I think it's just down to that core matchup, Jug versus PL is really awkward. Like, in some ways, the Jug, yep, he can cleave through with Battle Fury on the illusions. Alright. But his state for doing that is either the Swift or Omni Slash. And Swift Slash is really short. Omni Slashes are really long cooldown. You have to find a way to stun lock or at least control up the main PL. The one thing with this build up on Dreamusal is he doesn't have a way of saving himself. Right? He has no Manta to get at least a purge off from those silences, a dispel off from those. So he's sort of vulnerable. If they do manage to get the roll on and get this follow-up, he is a sitting duck, and I think that's something Motivate Trust can abuse. Dream Assault's got to be really on point with how he jukes and jives in this game.
Maybe status resist line that he gets, but you can't solely nice, but there's a lot of the same side of Motive. Does get caught with one of the over for Dream. See by the well, the odds are right now, but favorite. Suppose with a 8-1, they are looking pretty. Agrees as well.
It's pretty much lining up for Motivate Trust. They're getting to that point with their farm. SNY is almost done here on Jackie. He's going to be really nice up front. He's got a lot of ways to itemize afterwards as well. He could look for the Ags next. I'd say a Maelstrom into Mjolnir is super important for the Jug, just to help to deal with the illusions for kill. But a Battle Fury already on top. But it helps with your farm as well. It accelerates so much more. It helps your Omni Slash and Swift Slash with the attack speed. So we'll see what Jackie opts for after that usual SNY. Boom. They could look to make a play. The arena is back up. They need more farm on FBZ here. He's lagging so far behind. If you look at the net worth chart, he's barely above Q and way behind Mikado. So your Mars needs some of that farm priority for the Yules and Blink. Without the Blink up, so jump in, catch the back line, and kill off Leonak. Because if you don't, we've been saying this for the past entire game now, but if you don't kill that Oracle, you're not killing anyone.
Much work. Love to see Leonak. The fact that he's axe the face. Very powerful kind of spell to have as Toto is having flag issues. Wait this out a little bit. Going back to it, I do like the fact that Leonak, he's not bothering for the pointless. It's just slower cooldown. You'd rather have the Fate basically you max duration. That way, no damage is dealt with the. Go from there. Even with the kiss, Thomas, kiss damage will just.
Yeah, it makes it awkward for what Boom wants to do. Their entire fight is built around magic damage at this point in game, so it's awkward. Like, you look at Motivate Trust, none of them even have fast BKBs yet. Fearless is saving up for one, but even without it, it doesn't feel like they need it. Q is going well, so they know what they have to do. As long as they live through that initial magical burst, Boom has nothing yet to follow up. PL's not quite at that point where he can just be a complete terror against some of these softer targets. It's just awkward. I'm looking at Masaros as well. He's shaking up his build. BKB rush. So literally every hero but Jackie and Leonak are going for BKBs. And he's going into the Radiance afterwards. He's going to have a ton of presence in the middle of these fights. And they're struggling to kill him off. So the Radiance burn's always going to be a consistent factor coming out onto Boom. And that is something the PL hates. That slight mischance can boost your EHP. And technically, it boosts everyone's EHP up by a good amount. And, you know, the PL doesn't necessarily want to go for stuff like MKB. He could maybe build for the Torn, but that's a very, very big item for down the line. So it will take a while if they are annoyed. Dream Assault's just going to have to deal with it for now.
Very annoying. It's hard to differentiate Esports, they have the question. I don't know how to say it, but quite funny. Kind of torn. Of course, you've got Neon Esports. I mean, we're looking for the second or third.
Yeah, they're up there. I just can't get enough of the Mau Kamana boss line. You know,
Yeah,
it's so
that's
good.
the one. That's the one. I'm actually considering buying it just.
It's really good. It's so good. I like the neon one mainly because of Johnny Wells line actually. And they just keep spamming it in every game. And it has that emote of Johnny Well in his head just trolling around it. It just fits the voice line so well. Exactly what he was doing while he was saying that. Like, yep, that's him.
We are on pause now. Luckily, for had about a minute. Before they had to unpause. Very bad. Gonna have that happen though. Ulysses gonna come in. Stop.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Just got that use off.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Does that blink up?
Hunting bounties.
Just gonna take their time. Farm up. I mean, they realize it's not gonna be the greatest idea to go fighting intimate right now. They just don't have that solid initiative. They'll spend a bit more time just farming up.
Is under attack.
Motivate, however, they're gonna smoke.
Radiant's middle tower is under
They have
attack.
no clue about this one as well, though.
Kodo, Leonak, he tried.
Radiant's bottom
Well,
Arena.
oh, Azeroth, he's gonna run right through it with the BKB. He's just chasing. He really wants this master to be caught out, and he will be able to get him. Do they have the damage though? Because Dreamer Soul, he's gonna go for the fight. Q's in trouble. He'll get the magnetize off, and that might be enough to kill off the Mars, or maybe not. It looks like he might to run out of there. Instead, they'll go after Hyde.
tower is under attack.
Straight supports. Not going back in, but leave it at that. But they did kill the exorcism. Be on cooldown for another. They go for some objectives. They try for a team fight. Try for the shot.
Yeah, they.
Down the
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Yeah, I wouldn't say it's too bad. You do manage to, at least for Motivate Trusts, and stall out for the BKB on Fearless now. So it's going to be easier for him to take these fights. With the EXO down, it's easier for Boom to access that rush, as you mentioned, and they go straight in. It's pretty quick, although.
He's trying to get himself out of here. Caught committed. He is really trying his best to avoid getting duped by Masaros. He has another orb away. Fearless is going to TP to the B3 tower. The blink away now from Makoto. The space creation. The voice line as well on top. But they get the silence off now. Stun way off the mark from Masaros. So he gets the silence off, and there's your Doom out. They've had enough. Problem is,
Yes.
Roshan was happening.
It was a ton of space. They needed that to happen from the puck because the rush was super slow. From Boom, their lineup's just not really built to take that real quick. So it's a trade-off, right? You lose your puck. You did manage to get the Doom wasted. It felt a bit unnecessary coming from Matsuros, but it is what it is. And Boom now have that second life up on Remusel. He does have... He's got the Aether Lens up, so just waiting for that Octarine with the Ash Shard. I'm getting severe flashbacks to Pale Horse now, and well, let's see if Remusel makes Pale Horse proud. They do find a tier 2 top. The bot's being shoved in by Motivate Trust. Again, still no extra system, so it's a bit slower. And they have to be a bit cautious of the defense coming through from Boom.
Jackie Dream, so he knows now so good. Mana drain on the Dog, and Omni is going to pounce through. He needs to get out, but now he can go back in. Arena going to block Jackie in. He just can't move, but Dreamer Cell, he's going to lose the Aegis. They will get the Jug kill. Meantime, they also found out Leona. Happening here. The worst that happens to them is they lose the Aegis, but it was a very valuable kill to get for that.
Yeah, but it's definitely worthwhile. It'll still allow you to take some objectives here if you want to commit. If they're lining up for mid, they've got triangle control on the high ground. And without the Doom up and running yet, they can't quite go in, especially without the Oracle as well. No saving spells here. They run the risk of just being bursted down now by the line of Boom.
Radiant are scanning.
Now on Masteros. Exactly where he... Right, gonna get the vision. Not happy with himself right now, looking for a way. Does go the way of Hyde. They'll go for the team fight instead. Snowball is out, back in onto Fearless, but there's the exorcism being committed now. Hyde is going to try and run, or thump away. Instead, they'll have to execute. While all this is happening, Masteros, he's dropping very low into HP. He'll BKB up and try to run, as now Leonak will give him the false promise. Dreamer Cell, he's the exorcism. Find a bit of damage if they can find him, but they've got the wrong one. Fearless will BKB up, back in onto the Mars, will go after FBZ dead. Arena's going to be dropped defensively. Fearless, he's not going to even try to run through this ground, but now they'll go for the counter initiation as Makoto. He does get Leonak. They go for more. Jackie, he's shown up now, but they don't have many spells to throw out. You haven't even got the Omni. Gee, they are gonna back off.
And it's looking pretty scary. Motivate Trust's response is kind of not very clean. They're coming in one by one. Their spell usage isn't on point. And Boom's able to really abuse that. They're starting to find the kills on Leonak, so they're able to reach the back line as they need to. The saves aren't amounting to as you'd expect on Motivate, and perhaps it's their turn to kind of slow down. Wait for the Ags on Jackie. That is going to help him at least have some presence with a swift slash up, and it'll also help you deal with some of those illusions as well. So it's fairly close for Jackie, about 1,000 gold off. Once you have that up, the Chug is going to feel a lot better in this game. For the side of Boom, well, there's just more time to build into Dream Assault's spikes. Disappointingly, he's going for Octarine Heart. So, oh no, he already has the Spirit Lance. Alright, so Ag Shard's up, only lacking about 1,000 gold himself for his full Octarine. And that's when memes become real, Mike. When Dream Assault manages to bounce it around, not gonna be fun for Motivate Trust losing their mana constantly. With that lower cooldown on top of it, they're gonna have to be really cautious and, you know, have to get the initiation first before any of that silliness can come true. Remember, Dream Cell with his build-up has nothing defensive, so if you do manage to find that initiation on the field somehow, he is kind of a sitting duck, and you just need to get close. But there it is. We're here. Octarine, Ag Shard, PL at 27 minutes in. Pale Horse would be proud.
It does seem like a lot of the pressure is onto Masteros, right? To get that Doom off. It's between Kodo and Dreamer's Soul that he needs to decide who to get. Looks like for now, Masteros is focused in on. You're at that point now where allowing Dreamer to run around and spam out lances get pretty darn big. Motivate. Are gonna have to maybe decide Dreamer dead. Plenty of silences though. It goes back to what you doesn't have anything. Can't purge off silence. But it hasn't really been much of a problem for him. He hasn't died.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
You know? He's not fearless. Does pop his KB.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Yeah,
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Other side really getting anything. Oh, looks like Masteros does Radiance now. Got that going for you.
Radiant's
The missed chance is going to make it a bit hellish for Dream Soul. Again, it's not something PLs enjoy because they don't necessarily build for anything to counteract evasion. So pretty good for Monsters. Can those illusions as well while they're still relatively soft. Helps you figure out which the real PL is with the added damage flying through on it. So we'll see if they can maximize that and Motivate Trust side. They still hold the 3k lead. They're still sort of in control of the game, but if you drop a couple of these kills again to Boom, then they can start to do a lot more of this PL. They can start to do a lot more in these team fights as well. Mikado's saving up for his Ags, and once that's up, the BKBs on Motivate Trust isn't going to be enough to save them from the onslaught Boom wants to bring out here.
Lane, FBZ, he's been caught. Don't commit the Doom immediately to try and get rid of this Mars with the Glimmer. I just saved the day for FBZ as there's no real backup. They're behind. No ball off onto Masaros. Leonak going to try and keep him healthy. Meanwhile, Makoto is not going to be able to catch out Leonak in time, but he will get him eventually. One down for Motivate. Gillis, he just needs to back. Arena is down though. They've got Jackie on the jump. They can't really help him either. He's going to try and survive, but there's no... Masaros has gone to boot, and now they can really chase them down. Going for Motivate. They've all left. They don't have buybacks. So Boom Esports should be able to take at least one T2 tower. Also go high ground.
Yep. There's no pressure here. They know Doom's down for a fairly long time. Exo's the only spell up along with Omni slash of Jackie just doesn't feel amazing yet. So they can just force the issue. Arena's going to be back up in half a minute. That's around a respawn time for the Jug Doom. That's more than enough to get Dream Assault up and center to get that damage off. And it's that point in the game where, again, the matchup of Jug PL just doesn't feel great for Jug. Your control from Motivate Trust is just not amounted to much, despite no defensive item in Dream Assault. He's just able to get juking a lot. And they're forced to jump stuff like FBZ's Mars. They can't really jump onto Mikado. Their control is just... it's not instantaneous enough for these slippery heroes, and it really is showing now with these engagements. Our Puck finishing up the Deso first before going for the Ags, and that's going to be big. It will help them get the high ground push, amps up the right-click damage that comes through from our Puck as well in a big way. Puck's right-click is deceptively high. It's super strong, and you know, you're just going to have to watch for more now. Motivate Trust, they are smoked up, but it's scanned out.
Fortunate start, but no, Masaros, he's still got a target. Get high. Not exactly the biggest target in the world, but they get... that could allow Motivate to start up for the Roshan. Tough though. Gonna buy back on Hyde. Meantime, so while he does get... does have the Heart of Tarask on the way.
Yeah, it's really tanky now. 3.7k HP. That's on int treads as well. On strength trends, that's obviously going to be way higher. So just looking and trying to melt the illusions from Radiance Burn isn't going to be enough to help you identify at this point with all that strength on. Motivate Trust coming a bit. So prioritize your target now. Did you manage to reel back in some of that lead? It's less than 1k going the way of Boom. So Motivate Trust can make stuff happen. They do smoke up once more. No ward to spawn out. They did get the D ward. No scan. Might be able to catch someone here.
Hey.
Double damage.
They're going to break the smoke run in, but neither team wants to initiate. But FBZ, he's in. He's got the arena down. Q is going to be saved by Leonak. They want the Mars dead first, it seems, as Felix continue the chase over. And FBZ, Cookie, not going to save. He does get the Yules up, still alive, just barely, but eventually will fall. They get anyone else though. Kodo, a nice dream corp, the false promise, gonna save Fearless. Leonak, he's gonna buy back. Makoto just backing off, checking out the Roshan, making sure nothing going on. McHugh is gonna drop as well. He'll buy back onto Jackie. Punches there, the jump, they get the spear off, but the face again saving the day. Doom, Masaros, he onto Makoto. He still gets out of there. The Makoto is still getting kills. A triple kill out. Now Masaros is gone, and Fearless is trapped below the staircase. He is set to fall and does. Jackie's the last one there. He's gonna be out and does, but Q a die back. Kodo gets an ultra. That whole team fight, Masaros, he's trying to find the Doom Kodo, but he can't get it. There you go, GG.
I can't fault Motivate. I think they hit some pretty good timings. They were doing way better early game than you'd expect. They kind of fixed that laning issue that we were seeing from them from their matchups recently. But their draft was just not the kind of draft to deal with Puck and PL, especially once that farm is coming in for Dream.
Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boys.
It's a bit more extreme on Ravage, but that is one way to kind of give you value to your snap. So have to see. I like the opening of Boom, just locking them in. They go with a Darkseer. So they've got the Vac Wall plus Kisses. That can't work. They still need some stuns to follow up in that, but it's really good control. It's a really good team fight coming out from Motivate Trust. Boom does have some save potential with a Tusk. And again, they've got that great disables on their line. So you do still have to watch out for that, but I like what Motivate Trust has. It's not quite a Darkseer clockwork, but Darkseer Snap is pretty scary. You could still run around as a Snap. You get the cookie stun off. You've got a lot of magic damage as well with a Scatter Blast build. Not going to be a fun lane there for Dreamo if he's not ready for it.
Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Ah.
Dire team ban. Radiant team ban.
Mm.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, it's one of his
5
best heroes,
seconds
and
remaining.
I think the Tusk is also up there though. Like, we see what he does. His saves are great. His initiation's really good with that Tusk, so I don't think it's too bad for Boom. It's still highly effective. They go into the puck themselves, as it wasn't bad. They trust. So they're still not having that combination on top of the vac wall here with the kisses. They still lack the lockdown to really maximize that damage output. And for Boom, Mikado and the puck should still be really darn nice. He doesn't know his matchup yet, but Boom's done this a lot. Second phase, first pick, going for the mid pickup first. They don't care about the matchup too much. Motivated for us are making it spicy though. Ricky coming out. That could be the Jackie Ricky, could possibly be Fearless Ricky mid, although I don't see why you'd take Ricky mid versus the puck in this case. Could just be the safe lane hammered in. We'll have to see as it evolves, but that does give you more to play with Vac Wall. Vac Wall, Tricks of the Trade, Kisses coming through, Smoke Screen on top. It's a good amount of silence control, and not the hardest control, mind you, but decent enough to get the damage going there. And it's a stable win condition. The big question with the Ricky is, how do you itemize? We see a lot of Rickies still going for, you know, just basically rushing the Fusel, which can sometimes work if the timing is right, but it can really backfire if it's delayed by a minute or two. Like, you don't have those in-between items to help you get some stats and damage early on. Like, say, Orb of Corrosion plus 2 Wraith Bands used to be the build-up. And bypassing those for a faster defusal, if it doesn't come out faster, then the Ricky feels like it doesn't do anything for at least 5 minutes in that 10 to 20 minute mark. So you have to kind of weigh your options there. And it also depends on what lane you're going as well. So we'll have to see where the Ricky does end up, but you do have some flex on hand here at least.
Dire team pick.
Bristleback!
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, and it's also further than that, right? Like, as the game develops, Ricky gets his damage by hitting the back. Bristleback, well, he's got his Bristleback, which is going to reduce that damage by a ton. So you're not going to be able to insta-burst the Bristle here. Can play really nicely with what Boom has on hand. Physical damage output, Tusk is going to amp that up with Tag Team. Coil to hold them down to keep popping off those quilts, and eventually the Ags upgraded Nasal Goo as well in that AoE. So there is a lot of good synergy here for Boom. And Motivate Trust have to find a solution for that Bristle. It looks like they're kind of caught off guard. None of their heroes really manage it well. I suppose Iron Shell is still nice, but again, once the back is turned, with a Hood of Defiance up in the Bristleback, it's not going to feel amazing for even the Darkseer. So, I still need the answer here. I'm wondering if they're going to go for their last core, as we sometimes see, or if they're just going to hammer in the support pick. They go with a Slark. So that's probably a mid-Ricky for Fearless. I mean, I say that. I think mid-Slark has popped up here and there. So there's a potential for mid-Slark, but I think you just want the Slark versus Bristle matchup. You've got a natural Dispel to take care of at least the Nasal Goo. You can't Dispel off the stacks of quilts. And, of course, it's one of those matchups where it's a tanky hero, that Bristleback. Slark will just build up his Agi hits every single time, so he's going to feel good about that. And it's one way to handle Bristleback. Of course, you can also build Silver Edge on the Slark. We don't tend to see it too often, but that possibility for a break is there now for Motivate Trust.
Team back. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban.
Yeah.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team pick.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's fine. Like, you still need something a bit more active with the Darkseer. You do have the option for Clockwork. It could still tie in here. Clockwork, and there it is. Clockwork Darkseer combo. Run you down. It's something we've seen a couple of times now. Again, just classic combo. Battery Assault up with the Ion Shell. You can dive tier 1s really easy. Make life living hell. For Dreamo Cell, Boom's gonna have to consider that in the lane out. They see the full hand of Motivate Trust. The only thing that they might be questioning is Slark and Ricky, but that should just be straight up Slark for Jackie and Fearless onto Ricky, so they shouldn't be bothered by that too much. Not much reserve time left. Both teams really thought hard about this as they close out with a Morphling, which is interesting from Boom. The silence from the Ricky's gonna be annoying early on, especially if you don't manage to get your Agi morph on fast enough. It can be painful for Mikato there, but there's some good stuff going on here as well. I think Morphling Ags with Bristleback is... I don't think we see that too often though. But if you do get the Ags and then your Bristleback has Ags as well, imagine all the goo flying out, all the quilts flying out. That is not fun for any hero in Motivate Trust. So Mikado has that option if he doesn't want to go for the typical shotgun E-Blade SNY build. You can definitely opt for more of that Ags build up and just having 2 tanks up front. It's going to be hard for Motivate Trust to manage that one.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, I think they kind of drew it out a bit more. Like, Bristleback against Slark is awkward for Bristle because Slark just builds up Essence Shift, but Bristleback against a Ricky is pretty nice. The silence is annoying, but your back will always protect you because of Tricks of the Trade working on the back. The Morphling is really the wild card here for Boom. If Mikato gets shut down in lane by the Clockwork Darkseer combo, it will be a bit tricky to recover with... Actually, no, we didn't even mention this. Mikato and a Morph, so it's a mid and FBZs on the off-lane puck. Morphling versus Ricky, he's avoiding the Darkseer lane. That's going to go to Dreamo Cell. And for Dreamo Cell, that's a manageable lane. It's still annoying, it's still a lot of damage, but you turn your back, you get level 3, go 0-2-1, you're fine. And you just maybe go 0-3-2 by level 5, you can manage the damage output. So it's looking pretty great from Boom. They flex it around. They had that capability on hand. Mikado just needs to work that mid lane against a Ricky. That could be a bit annoying, but it's not too bad, I reckon. Like, you can just shift around. You don't tend to see smoke screen early on, so the silence is not really going to be threat in that laning phase here.
This again going to the grand final. Pro Series.
Prepare for battle.
Pull it off. I'm completely honest, John. I was kind of thinking draft myself. It could go either way for sure, but it's the Slark that bothers. Yeah, I haven't seen Jackie pay the Slark in a long time. Bro just doesn't feel right now, my opinion. I just don't have faith in this comparison, to say the more.
Yeah, it's been off meta for good reason. It hits where the levels of Essence Shift feel really wonky. The talent kind of makes up for it though, but that's all the way at 25, so it's a bit awkward. I think the big one is really just how Boom has worked out their lanes. Like, they take away the Bristle versus Slark lane,
30 seconds
so your
to
Slark's not getting that early advantage, and now you're gonna have to kind of try and deal with a Bristleback elsewhere. And again, Darkseer versus Clock, Darkseer and Clock versus Bristle isn't too bad for Bristle. He doesn't mind that at all. Just spam the Cold Spray while they're chasing you down. It could work against them if they don't burst you fast enough, and by level 2 with a value point in Bristleback, the damage is going to be a bit slower, so there's more time to get off.
The battle begins.
Niva, they have caught out the clockwork Q. Cookie onto the high ground, but gets the cogs off as well, but it's not going to push back Kescute. It will now. Masteros is going to try and help out, and the cogs, it does end up paying off. They get Q out of there, but now Masteros take quite a bit of damage on this Darkseer. Does allow Masteros to go, but definitely does feel like a bit of a better start here for Boom. Back Q. Back into the... Whose flag is that? That Boom Esports again?
Oh, yes, that's their guild. I forget whose picture it is. I remember them mentioning it's a friend from your school or something. I love that flag. It's a silly one, but poor fella, you know, being shown to a lot of viewers. Still, the lane, again, for Dream Assault should hold steady. They already managed to push back Q. They're playing with the Iron Child plus Cogs, so they can isolate, but you have to be careful about overcommitting. Dream Assault's got 2 mangoes in the pool. He can keep spamming out Cold Spray. Your 2 melee heroes against Bristle. You'll always be in range for those gold stacks, and once it piles onto 3 stacks, yeah, it's going to be really painful in this lane.
John, I didn't go over this. Check the loop. The game really got underway, and Boom Esports were the favorites by exactly 3. How close it is, right?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's been really tight. I think I've been seeing the odds shift. The game 2 was like 1.77 to 1.99, and it's just been shifting down. So it's been looking really tight from both teams. Very close matchup. Oh.
During first blood there for Dream, so they just kind of ran Q down. Something I haven't talked about yet, but Q's gonna have a very rough time. The line in lane, problem is nothing he can pull the creep for Masteros, but that's about it.
Yeah, it's a hard lane. It's dual melee against Bristle. Unless you absolutely isolate Kescute, there's no way. Like, Kescute can just stick by his line, soak XP with a protection of the Bristle background and Treft Quills. You don't have an angle to kind of deal with Kescute. And you're at level 2 for Dream Whistle. Bristleback is up. As he hits level 3, going 0-3 1. That's when it can get really dicey for that aggression. So this is ending up being more passive for Motivate. They're gonna have to find a way to just shove the wave out and get some farm.
Lane, Hyde, he's been tough. He's gonna, but Jackie is extremely low. Life over to FBs. He had no way out anyway. A 1-for-1 at top lane, get the golden XP before Jackie dies, but in the end, FBs he kills. I think you're not going to be too upset.
Yeah, it's really good. Like, because you lost your support first, FBZ gets more EXP from the Jackie kill, whereas Jackie had to share that, you know, support kill with Leonak in terms of EXP gain. So FBZ is doing a great job. The lane for Jackie is going all right. Like, it's drawing relatively even with FBZ, and they're just not really able to be as aggressive as you'd want with a Snapfire. They've got level 2 Little Shredder, a lot of minus armor in play, Cookie to set up with a Pounce, but they can't really lock in a puck long enough to really kill her off. And there's always the snowball save from Hyde. So again, it's one of those aggressive lane combos that aren't quite kicking off yet for Motivate Trust, and they're gonna have to really be cautious because Boom, they're confident enough to really dive deep.
Yeah, Hyde. Damage from Leonak. Jackie's gonna catch him out. Pounce. Might get in range. FBZ. Haven't even mentioned the mid. Definitely very favored to. It's not a very easy lane for Ricky to. While he may lie, gonna be able to free yes and deny as much.
No, it's a tricky one, right? He can at least blink strike to secure CS, but Mikado can threaten with his adaptive strike for damage. He's covering some tower hits though.
Meantime, FB dropping at the top. Aki able to secure that. Up there. Fuck.
Denied.
He keeps shoving it in. Fearless is really having to play safe, and this is one of those things with mid matchups, right? Like, Ricky is not a bottle carrier, so you lose out in that regen game here.
Line chills out, Kiss. Getting quite low. Jackie meanwhile tied at the top lane, and now FBC gets Leon. I keep missing every kill apparently as they keep map. Jackie's gonna keep going on to does have the orb up now. Does John.
Yeah, it's a lot of back and forth. I think overall you're starting to get happy here on Motivate. You're getting kills in your cores. You're punishing some of these supports. Hyde's off to a bit of a slower start from a couple of those deaths. For Boom, though, it's a really free mid. And I think the biggest hurting point is Fearless's progression. No boots up yet. Has one Wraith Band. Even being camped by Hyde. The mid lane's just going to be pressured in. Mikado has some really good right-click damage to pressure. And mid tier 1, he has a siege creep as well. And Keskin's here.
But this is very smart from Boom. They are going to be very dependent on able to set it. Ricky, now Jack is forced to rotate along with Masaros. They are going for a full-scale team fight. They might even find Makoto here, but the cookie, it doesn't land. Makoto, he's going to try and run, but he's getting very low in HP. Go down.
Dire's bottom tower is under
A
attack.
very strange rotation,
Radiant's top
but
tower
it does
is under
work out
attack.
very favorably.
Yeah, it's a big rotation out to stop the Morphling, but it was an important kill to find. They were having too much of a free lane down mid, and Mikado was just overtaking way too much. They get some punishment off, not in time to save their Ricky. So in the end, you're still slowing down on Fearless. You're giving a free lane out to Dreamocell. This Bristleback's going to be a massive issue. Level 6 is up. 1-3-1-1 build is up. Vanguard is only about... Well, it's actually ready to go as soon as he buys that Vit booster, so your damage output on the Bristle isn't going to be great. And even if you put a lid on that Morphling, you haven't really stopped the Bristle. And there's only so many heroes Motivate Trust going to rotate around. Trying to pop on FBZ, though.
Right, he'll orb. Now, look at the damage Makoto's done. That tier 1, not going to last very long whatsoever.
Dire's middle tower has
Gone.
fallen.
Bad news for map is just so open. Kind of booming. You've got to argue, they are pretty game. Kind of bringing this up with the whole Jackie on the Slark, who's all item to be able to fight in the mid. But now with that mid tower gone, base is going to
Dire's courier has been killed.
apply the pressure, not allow that farm to. He's going to have to try and fight this one out by himself, but he's not going to be able to get it done. Double iron shells from him. Powerful. But not enough.
Yeah, it was... The fact that he went for, you know, Hood of Defiance helps against those Iron Shells, but without the Vanguard, once the Leonak comes in with some minus armor with a little Shredder, you melt. So you have to be a bit cautious about diving too deep. That is a lot of space, though. Forces heroes down bot. There's lining up top to shove it into that jungle really early on. And for that early game item you mentioned for Jackie, he is working towards the Echo Saber. So this should allow him to perhaps go into the... Silver Edge, no, it doesn't build in, but it's still really good to get initial hits off. The slow is great, the stats are great. Issue is, he's gonna have to farm it, and they're just giving their top lane for free because of those TPs down bot, so it's more objectives for Boom, and more opportunities for them to get the control off and lock in that top jungle.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
John is there. Q again wanting to go on Dreamer's Soul, and this time they even have the kisses to come in. Vacuum out, but they are going to lose Dreamer, so he's still alive. He's not going to drop Masaros. He will go down first. Oh, and he asked the question, John. He asked the question. How unfortunate side of motive.
Yeah, it's a rough one right now. They really can't commit on a bristleback like that. Like, they keep trying. It's not working out, and you're losing your darks here. Masaros needs some item progression as well. It's just so greedy. He's trying to rush the Ags for that plus 300 HP on the Iron Shell shield, along with 2 charges of it, so you can save like 2 heroes at once. But it's a long way off, and that means you're not really going to be doing too much for your team. You don't have aura items, no early mech, no way of sustaining these early fights. Your top jungle's invaded by Mikato. He's kind of playing on the forward part of it. Still building up farm on this Morphling. Looks like he should have one of his first early items up soon. And as this game slows down, it actually favors Boom a lot more. It's really not Motivate Trust's favor. They've got farm-heavy heroes, but they've got early spikes on those farm-heavy heroes, so you don't want to stall this one out too long. Maybe once you have that Diffusal and Fearless, you can look to really force fights. You drain the mana away from Bristle, it feels very bad for Dream Assault without casting spells. So that's one way they could get control out, but they've got to wait for it, and it's still a ways off for Fearless.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified.
Okay, net worth. Very well. Bottom lane, FBZ. Oil back in onto Jackie, who was getting very aggressive, but he'll get the Shadow Dance off. Hyde just going to try and back off. A lot of vision with that rocket flare, but they've got more help coming in. Makoto and the Shan's going to block Jackie in. He's going to walk the long way around, but the finger is out from Kescue. Hyde, he just gets the shards out before he dies to Leonak, and it does cost Jackie his life as now Q has been caught at the clockwork, and he's also gone. Makoto with the double.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Gotta love Hyde. Much impact on that pulse forward.
Yeah. He just sets up for his team. Even when he's dead, he enables his team to find these kills. And now you have a lot going on for Boom. Vanguard done on FBZ while he's AFK down mid. So Vanguard who'd have a fine spike is there into the Eternal Shroud. That's going to fix some of those mana issues that will happen down the line. Mikado Dragonlance up. He's got extra strength to play with, extra range to get his hits off. And the Agi's, of course, always nice in terms of buffing up your attack. So you have a lot that you can do now on Boom's end. Whereas for Motivate Trust, it's still slowing the game down, getting farm up, believing in your Slark Ricky to carry you through. I just worry about how their team fights break out. Like, their control is still severely lacking, especially once a couple of Force Staffs come out from Boom. The silence from the Ricky and the Cogs won't be enough to lock people in, even with your Vac Wall combo.
Radiant are scanning.
Comparison to Motivate Plus, about 3-1 odds. Bait certainly. Jackie, he's all up. FB's run right into him. This is so unfortunate. Jackie, he gets Dream Coiled. The orb is out. It's not quite enough, but they hit the Earth Spike, and it's got nowhere to go but down. The uppercut. Hyde. It all goes back to that mid-tier tower dropping. You can just walk into the Dire jungle. Nothing Motivate can do.
Yeah, they're really not set up for any of these fights. Look at the build-up on Masaros. He doesn't even opt for wall. He knows he can't really do much. There's no real follow-up for the Vac Wall other than Cogs. And it just means that they have to just play it slow. Try to farm up as much as they can, but it's not very easy when you've got these fat heroes from Boom just running you down right now.
Does buy out some smoke. Might have to try and... While still up against Bristle. Like they are just going to be way too powerful later on in the game. So just maintaining high net worth on that Morphling. Followed by FBZ.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Take their time, they'll get farming. And they can just remain very calm. Again, you look at Mark Ricky, it's just not going to transition. Very hard.
It's a long way away from it. The defusal is up for Fearless at the least, so he can burn the mana of our Bristle. That could be one way, but...
Shot. Very nice from Q. That'll maybe get FBZ here. FBZ, he's going to get the Dream Call up in time, but he's down. Can they get some trades going? They'll go onto Q. They'll get the clockwork, but they want more than that. Makoto, he'll rush forward with the haste rune. Won't find anyone. Yeah, a much more positive trade for Motivate Trust. Found. Got a kill, but it looks like trying to at least pressure the top. Something out of this.
Dire's top tower
Yep.
is
Allow
under
Motivate
attack.
now to
Bottom tower
farm
is
back
under
up.
attack.
Yeah, they definitely just needed some relief from the pressure. With a puck down, well, just for a while, does give them some space on the mid and bot lanes to build up. But the top lane is definitely going to be committed. They are rotating for a team fight, though. They've got Wall leveled up in Monsters, but he's not around. So they'll have to be a bit cautious. Kisses to fly through. That's pretty much their main source of magic damage. So,
And Refusal lay it out. They've got the task. They'll get the task. I'd gone. And again, just kind of poking him, prodding here.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Back out again.
Radiant structures are fortified.
I guess it's what you find in those things. Wait for Boom to stake. Try to capitalize.
Radiant's
About all they
bottom
can
tower
do.
has fallen.
they managed to get a push. Was bot all that time he spent. Does lead to a tower. So it's a good gold injection here for Motivate Trust. They can play around the bot jungle just a little bit more to get their going. The Ags for the Darkseer is not too far off, but boom, seeing that kind of movement across the map, knowing the bot jungle it's not safe, he just goes straight into the rush pit. And with all the nasal goo, with the damage output of Mikado, and with a tag team from high, this does not take too long. They know what's happening though. Hookshot is up here as well.
Shot is in. Are going to be expended, but a great snowball out from save the days. Right back in onto Q. He'll get pushed back again. Meanwhile, maybe now Motivate. They might be fine for Q. Drop on clockwork. 1 for 1, but you've lost that core puck. Stop the Roshan from being.
That's for me.
Jackie's having to think about this. Stun in? No. Won't commit. HB, neither team's going to actually see. Trying to get it down with the cool Max, but blind and now by up chance not round as well. Jackie, he can't pounce out yet, but he doesn't need to. They'll kill off Hyde. He's gonna fight back, but the team fight starts. A great start out. Jackie, he's gonna go down to Makoto. The back wall's out, but doesn't really matter. Not quite. Very bad news for Motivate, as they do have to buy back on Jackie. They understand they can't really allow this Roshan to go down to Boom. They are unwilling to let it go. How much are they willing to
Dire's top
up for
tower
it?
is under attack.
They're gonna have to be ready to run a risk with Jackie. He bought back. Something needs to happen here. A lot more cautious. They're just standing outside the pit playing the scans. They don't quite have a smoke. They don't have burst damage with finger as well. So it could go a bit awkwardly. All the spells of Motivate are back up. Hooks ready. Kisses are ready. Leonax in a really good spot to contest and stop the initiation from Boom here.
Koda getting very close now to that shot. Hey. Up on the slide. Have one on. Well, they just that added control. Time to back off. Both teams, Roshan now still hanging around the area, but that's about it. Neither one's gonna. Some way, it still does. Farm up again. No, they have the better draft for the late. Game goes on, the stronger they get.
Yeah. There's no pressure there. I mean, Motivate Trust already overcommit for a potential Roche fight, so just make that not worthwhile by not forcing a fight. And Motivate Trust just kind of sit there, you know, twiddling with her fingers, figuring out what to do. You have some big items up. E-Blade up, Lion Blink is already ready as well here. And they've got a lot of angles to approach now, and Boom, really big smoke reveal here.
Dude, he's been caught. You don't really want to lose a clockwork like this, but nobody finished him off. The way forward, Makoto, he'll go back.
That's the classic. Cool guys don't look at explosions, but the trigger didn't go off yet.
Now, Boom, the clockwork down. They know they can go for the road. You don't have hook shot. You don't have rocket flip the sound. It's very hard fight for Motivate to take. In fact, they're going to try, but Fearless, he has been caught out on the Ricky. Now it's even. Back into the Roshan, Boom go. Definitely their Roshan to take.
Yeah, this is nasty. It's just not so fast with the goo up. Mikado's right click damage just so darn hot that it doesn't stay up for too long. Now you've got the blink up on Hyde flying through. Both supports already having blinks at 21 minutes in. That's really big. Compare that to the progression here on Motivate Trust. You have Spirit Vessel on Q. You have the Ag Shard on Leonak, and that's pretty much it. Not as much instantaneous control, just by nature of the draft. They need to keep playing that pick-off game, maybe isolate out the puck, but even holding down FBZ is a bit tough. With the 4-staff up, the smokescreen silence, he can just get out of it and just get himself to safety real quick.
Now,
Radiant structures are fortified.
under siege now. Again, Motivate Trust going to have a very difficult time trying to defend this one.
Radiant's bottom tower.
They aren't even going to try. They'll just let it down.
Tower has fallen.
Lane, trying to get a push going here, Motivate, but Dreamer defend. In fact, Dreamer's also taking a scepter up. That's going to make life. Motivate don't have the answer. I can't really see at which point Motivate's going to be able to turn this game around either. It's just very, very hard.
Yeah, it's I don't know, maybe once you get, say, a Silver Edge and Jack, it doesn't feel like a priority. It feels like they're going to need additional sources of control first. Maybe a Basher takes priority over a Silver Edge here, just so that they can stun lock someone. Their disables are just not good. Like, it's Cookie, which is nice but not reliable. Pounce, which you can 4-staff out of for the most part. And Battery Assault, which is like subpar at this point. And they're just dropping these tier 2s. Boom for their part. FBZ is getting ready to defend the bot. They're still applying pressure on mid. Motivate Trust might overcommit for FBZ though.
Brought him out. Making a nice phase shift. Avoid the hook shot, and now here comes Makoto. Jackie is already dead. Onto Fearless. There goes your Ricky. Not even close. It's just not even close right now. They found the snap by. The Hex is out from Kescute. They'll get another. Why the hell not? God, I love that line. Played Dreamer Cell. He's not done, John. He's going for more Q. He searched away. Vacuum just to make sure Dreamer cannot keep going. Take over the triangle.
Yep. They've got the bot tier 1. They can pressure the last outer tower of Motivate Trust. Even in the high ground, Motivate Trust's lineup isn't amazing. Maybe if you get a big cogs with a big vac wall, yeah, it could make something happen with the kisses flying through. It's not farm enough on your Ricky and on your Slark. You're way too far behind compared to every other core on Boom. He Ags us up on Dreamo Cell, spamming out those Hazel Goo. Mikado's got a BKB, you can't hold him down. That's just top. If they can maybe kill off the supports, like say kill off the Lion and Tusk, not just one, both of them, you could maybe play from there. Isolate the puck afterwards, hold down the Morphling somehow, and try to clean up, but that is just not the thing I see happening on Boom. They have been very disciplined with their positioning, very disciplined with their initiation as well.
For a second, but very quick morphing there. In fact, now Leander, he's been caught out, but the hook shot is there from Q. They'll drop the wall as well. They're dropping everything, but nothing's working. Makoto standing his ground. He'll just keep going for the fight. Q's going to get blown up by the shotgun. Jackie trying to have a go with this. It's really just an empty threat as cases much see what. It's a full, I understand, but it just doesn't seem like an easy fight. Still Makoto, he's going to go in with Fearless, who's trying to chase him down, but he's just not dying. The Morphing's way too far ahead. The Ricky about to drop Fearless. They will continue to fight. Dreamercell now backing off. Just onto Makoto. Smoke's out, maybe they can't get him. They vacuum him back into that screen of Makoto. He was left alone. Nobody around to help him out. Motivate, they punish. Boom, he's going high ground. And you know what? If that happens a couple of times, I suppose we might find a way for Motivate back into this game number 3.
That is a big mistake from Boom. They completely misplayed that. BKB was popped in the first life for Mikato instead of waiting for the Aegis to pop first. So he popped it at low HP, ran back in when the rest of his team was set to run out. And then the second life comes through, immunity, he gets controlled up. Bit of a misplay. Not the way you want to use those items up. And Motivate Trust, they find some pretty nice kills. They're going to be able to hold on to the high ground. They still need to find some answers here. I don't think Boom loses too much in that engagement just yet. It's a good gold injection for Jack and Fearless for sure. Not quite enough to turn the tides in your favor yet. So, needs more to happen. And Boom needs to tighten up their game. That was definitely them just being out of position. FBZ dying before the fight even breaks out. They didn't have Dream Coil to play with. They didn't have their silence up. Just made it super awkward. And they have to be much more careful about where the puck gets caught out, because we've seen FBZ drop a couple of times. And in some of those fights, they do need that Dream Coil up.
Not out of it yet. Back in. Jackie's work with BKB now, and that should have to worry. Koto's just so much further ahead though, about 5k gold ahead.
That's for me.
I suppose without the Aegis now, you know,
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant structures are
all the maps, there's no please now has caught out Leonard. It'll be a dead snapfire out there by FB's.
Yep, just an easy pick off to relieve some pressure, take away some of the team fight. Motivate Trust could look to apply and just forces them in an awkward spot. Respawn long though. This does open up the map a bit more for Boom to go into that jungle, build up into that SNY you mentioned, clear out some camps for Dreamercell. Once you have this BKB on the Bristle, I think you feel a lot better. Because right now, it's only really Mikato who can stand in front with spell immunity. Having the backup of the Bristle be, you know, completely confident in not being controlled can help them out. For the side of Motivate, Jackie's BKB is just one part away, missing the recipe. And you already have it running on Fearless. So you have some answers. You need more, but it's sort of starting to farm up. You just, if they could stall for maybe 10 to 15 more minutes and get more progression on those items, it would feel a lot nicer. These two very big cores on your side, that scales pretty nicely. And for Boom, I mean, the Bristle kind of scales, but it's really mainly the morph until you hit the ultra late, and then the puck becomes a factor as well. Still, Motivate Trust are smooth up here.
Yeah, they have call one. It's going to be the Lion, so they'll get rid of a target first, and now Motivate. He definitely want to fight, but Dream Coil is there by FBZ. Dakota going for the back line, trying to get Leonard. Does get the snapfire. Going on next, Fearless trying to hide. Oh, Dreamer Soul does finish off Q, and Makoto going to turn right back around onto Jackie with the snowball. They get the slug, but they're going to lose Hyde in the process. Masros will also go down on the Darkster as Makoto is back out. Dreamer Soul, he'll keep going on to... Might be able to find a secondary here onto the Snapfire, and it looks like exactly what they'll get. I'm back on Leonak, and Roshan is up. Perfect timing.
Super lucky. That's a quick Roche respawn as well. So straight into the pit. Aegis Cheese and Ag Shard coming through. Really nice upgrades to have on hand. Probably gonna look to give it towards their breath, of course. Maybe just for the Hairball is pretty darn nice in expanding his presence early on, and does come out. So more immediate slows, more damage coming through from Dreamosol. Second life up on Mikado. She's up on Dreamosol. The high ground defense for Motivate Trust, it has to be pixel perfect, as we saw in that first defense. They need to hold off, they need to get the good hook shots. If you kill off the puck before the fight even breaks out, that will give you a big advantage, although it does look like FBZ is having some issues still.
High ground now. Jackie kind of get anything behind that way. Main priority right on the top. Kind of important. Maybe they can.
Yeah, they need to kill these off first, and Boom and Kezcute and Hyde are standing all the way back, so they could sort of abuse. Again, I'm just thinking about the last fight they took on the high ground. That was FBZ immediately dying before even the supports did, and that was also pretty darn good. So it's either the two supports or the puck to take off the Dream Quill, and you can kind of work it from there. Issue is they're really just closer towards those two supports, so we'll have to see. Just 30 seconds of pause left here for Boom. Looks like the internet issues are definitely acting up today for the Indonesian boys. It makes me remember a meme from Indonesia, Mike. The good old the Indie Home Packet Phoenix meme. I don't know if you're familiar. I think I've shown you that.
Oh, you've shown me.
Yes, yes.
I
It's a
know
beautiful meme. It's a beautiful meme. I'm sure our Indonesian viewers would be aware of what it is. Lovely meme. Hopefully he's not getting indie homed right now. Hopefully it fixes up.
Got a problem, kid.
Your life, much like your head, lacked a point.
อ้าวเสียวจังไดนี่ไหวบ่นี่
Which one correct, sir?
It's well, he says it's correct, whichever one. So you're good. Wrong slot. Okay, he was looking at the wrong slot in the notebook. It's all fine. We're all good here.
Mau kemana, bos?
Mao kemana, boss?
I can't make it roll up. I'm gonna have to practice that.
Yeah. He'll hammer it in. I'm sure. It's a lovely set. Oh yeah.
Out on the Indian.
Yeah.
Learn all the languages in it.
Yeah, pretty much, right? You could try. And you know, if you actually did know that, if I actually knew more when I was in Singapore, I could confuse so many people. Like, I didn't know as much Bahasa when I was actually in Singapore. Funny enough, I knew more Indian. So I knew curse words in Tamil, I knew curse words in Hindi and Bangla as well. Well, Bengali, you know. Is it Bengali? I forget now. But yeah, I knew curse words there. I couldn't really curse in Bahasa too well. Besides, well, yeah, actually I couldn't. So I wish I did, because a lot of people used to mistake me for Indonesian. People used to think I was Malaysian. They used to think I was Vietnamese, Thai. Pretty much every nation except Burmese. I don't think I've ever been called Burmese, so not quite Burmese enough. I was also considered Indian. Like literally, someone actually asked me if I was actually Indian because I kept eating Indian food. Right? Like I was like, do I really look Indian? And they were like, yeah, from the Himalayan area. I was like, really? I didn't know that. Like I guess close to, like close to Nepal and stuff, I guess, in that area, right? Probably. That kind of made sense.
I think it's your accent. Yeah, the Philippines. I don't believe.
Yeah. Yeah, that confuses everyone.
Ask you, I've got to. I had my one of the shirt that I have on the yesterday. One that everyone likes to say very Indian, right? With pattern. Not that chat spam.
No, I didn't quite see it. I didn't quite see it pop in, sadly enough, Mr. Mike. Don't worry. I'm sure people will get riding on the meme train at some point. It didn't quite pop in. I think people were just really focused on those games, you know? Like, everyone just really wants it. I think everyone's hyped up about Dota because the majors are running, and we're here before the majors, so we're like, you know, like filling in Southeast Asia before they have to stay up all night to watch its games. God, it's so hard to watch. You know, it's like 2 a.m. and you're in bed. Is TNC winning yet? Can I go to bed yet? And they're like, I can't even. I loved it yesterday as well. You saw that? Ovid was all chatting towards Gabby. Beautiful. Beautiful. I think he was like, malapit na yan, or malapit ka na. It's like a threat, like you're close, you're this close. That means. Yeah, it's like, yeah, you're this close, Gabby.
Right. OD Pixel had the trans.
I have no clue. Screenshot. Beautiful. I was asleep. It was way too late, man. We have to wake up for this.
You're telling me I'm from Australia. I'm 2 hours ahead of you. I'm later in the night, and I'm out there bed sleep.
Yeah.
At an earlier time.
That's correct. Yeah. That's true. Like, I don't know. The schedule is a bit weird. Like, what time was the TNC match for you? I think it was like 4 or 2 a.m. for me. 4 a.m. or 2 a.m. for me. The first one wasn't that late. This was the second. Oh yeah, the first one. Yeah, no, that was the Ichi match. That was the first one. What was I doing? Jeez, I can't even remember what I do now, Mike. I've got short-term memory loss. I was watching that one though. I didn't see it. What? Gosh. I need a mate to energize me, Mike. I don't have energy.
Mate. I'm gonna have one. Be able to watch. Don't worry. We're gonna do it. Relax.
Yeah? Not quite yet. I'm seeing chat explode at the indie home stuff. Sorry. Sorry, fellas. You know, it's... Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's a beautiful one. Beautiful copy paste. You know, everyone's Indian. We all know this. We're pretending we're in Southeast Asia. Secretly, this is the Indian leagues. You know, that's all it is. They've figured it out. Chat has figured out the show. And slowly but surely, the layers are peeling off, Mike. It is what it is. You can't stop it. It started with Team Secret, too.
Don't you worry, sexy. Worry about the...
Yep. It's alright, Zex. It's okay. You know, Zex, great guy. I think just a fun fact for viewers. fun fact for the viewers is that most of our admins are working in different time zones, so this is actually hellishly late for a lot of them every single time. So that could, I think Zexy needs some mathematics as well. Unfortunately, he's an NA, so I don't think we can ship out to him just yet, right? Not quite the region for it.
Want to really get sorted out though is the pause. Fortunately, FBC hate to have to fall 5 when you're this of the upper bracket 5. That might be very awkward. May find reconnected. Quite frankly, with a 13K net worth, may not matter, but he is worth 13K, so that puck, that net worth, player, advantage.
Yeah, it's not good. Yeah, you could maybe argue that someone micros the puck. It's way too intensive here to micro while playing a Lion and a Tusk. It's not like you're playing an AA that just presses R from 1 mile off, and then you can play the other hero again afterwards. Nah.
Playing Bristle, he's gonna press 2 buttons. He'll be all right. He can do it.
That's true. That's true. He actually could just turn his back, not give a damn, use the puck, drop Dream Coil, and go back to the Bristle after phasing back out with the orb. That's a possibility. You know what? You're right. We'll let that be. They could still play 4v5, sure. Boom is up to the task. What I am disappointed, Mike, thinking back to it, remember at the start we called out double bristles? It's not happening for Mikado. He's not going for the Yags. We're not seeing the beautiful goo flying everywhere with quilt sprays on top. I just want to see it. I want to see it because TNC aren't doing it. We haven't seen them do it. Someone's got to do it.
They're the guys. Broken thing. Shout out to the team.
Oh yeah. Go far.
And T1 of
Do
course. One hasn't played. Very upset. So he's saying go. Oh, I'll do it. I'll micro this puck. Don't worry about it. There we go. We're going.
They had a minute. They could have waited a minute.
They had a minute. Primasol does not care. He wants to win in passion. He wants to win in style. He's so far ahead right now. He wants to get it done. They are going high ground. If this doesn't work, there's going to be some very angry fans. But I suppose there was only 1 minute left anyway. Wasn't enough time for the reconnection. They go high ground. Now Makoto. Get to work on the range racks, but MTG now, they have the 5-hero advantage. They might be able to make this team fight work if they want to go in. Oh, he's been perched up, but they aren't making the jump in yet. In fact, waveform for Kodo, the wall, it doesn't matter. Masaros just gets deleted. Completely removed from the game, and now it's a 4v4, but they jump in. Q is in with the hook shot onto Makoto, but he's going to be all right. Meanwhile, on the backside, Fearless has gone in on the puck, who being microed apparently, and I think it was Primasol that was doing it. Slowly moving again onto the Ricky. There goes Fearless, down without buyback. Jackie to hide. He'll clean up the tusk with the waveform forward. Makoto, look at the amount of damage he's dealing right now. He'll find a double. Jackie's the only one left, but the Cogs somehow, the real MVP, he gets the Aegis. Masaros, he's bought back, but there goes Jackie. He's gone. The buyback immediately. The ultra kill for Makoto. Can we get this man a rampage? Jackie doesn't want to give it over.
Oh my god.
T4 Towers under siege, 5v4, Boom Esports.
Oh my god.
They're getting it done.
Thanks, guys.
With or without the puck, they'll get it done.
Thanks, guys. Thanks a lot.
Ancient exposed Jackie, he's bearing them down. And that's it, GG's called us, they've spammed them.
Oh my god.
One time.
They did it.
Called. Boom Esports win 4v5.
Holy
in
hell.
the last 5 minutes of the game. Oh boy, the confidence. Style like that from Boom Esports. How impressive.
Oh man.
Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. it sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. it sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys.
Or 10:30, or sometimes 8:30. It's very variable. It's either super early or super late. So your first mistake was trusting me on time, but that's a different topic. We've got the draft, and as you mentioned, John Newell's not here. He's got personal matters, apparently. That's what the Twitter and Facebook has said. Personal matters to attend to for Mr. John Newell. So maybe not as much voice spam from Neon coming through, because he's the one who loves the Yopaj one. We'll see who does end up picking up the slack here, but Raging Potato has been doing a good job. You have to remember, Potato was in this squad last year. He was there in Pro Series 2 or 1 before the big roster shakeup for Neon, and he's doing well still with the boys. So it's good to see that coming true. I am worried about these openings though, Mike. Neon, Marana Sand King to start off with, and Galaxy Racer AATA, much more standard, great combination. Ice Blast has been super valuable throughout a lot of games, not just here, but also in the majors. So the AA has been showing back up. I'm just wondering if Neon gives this Sand King to Raging Potato, or if they're actually going to give it to Yopaj now. Because, well, the TA is there, and Neon just loves that mid Sand King. Yopaj loves it way too much.
Radiant team pick. Dire team pick.
Praise King.
Yeah, it's I think it is better offlane though with the Marana combo. It's just so straightforward. Bro strike into arrow, and we have seen Raging Potato play a lot of offlane Sand King this time. So keeping the flex open is supposed to confuse GXR, and Neon do pick up the Raid King here. Natsumi Hero out early into the AA. We've seen the AA not really be a counter for Raid King, mainly because you have to make choices. Do you use the Ice Blast to take care of his first life and try to eat through his second life? Do you hold onto it for that second life? Do you have enough follow-up to deal with a Raid King? Raid King's just been so strong and across many different teams that it's a priority pick, and I think this is something Natsumi's very comfy on. He knows its farming timings. He has flexibility with itemization. Usually go for Armlet Radiance, but you could flex that around as well depending on the game. So you've got tons of options for OB Neon, and Galaxy Racer, they don't really have a way of burning through mana early. They do have decent enough counter again in the AA, but not quite fully. So we're going to have to see more to come out here to control that Raid King and prevent it from being too big of an issue.
Dusk.
10 seconds remaining. Dire team pick.
Grimstroke.
Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
I want to say it's an off, just because I really like Marana Sand King, and I think everyone likes it. Okay, who's spamming it this time? Okay, it's Play Hard taking over, so we've got the voice lines going good. But I want it off lane. I have a feeling they're going to do mid, though. I think Sand King versus TA, on paper, doesn't sound too bad. You go for a Sandstorm Caustic build, or maybe Sandstorm Burrow Strike split up, but Sandstorm priority. You burn through her Refraction in lane, and you still get farm. So you can kind of handle it, and you're going to have to invest in detection from the GXR side to prevent the Sand King from just AFK farming in the middle. Could be how Yopaj wants to play it. Of course, on the other hand, that's a very passive way of playing the Sand King. So maybe Yopaj wants to be a bit more active in this game. They've got that possibility. So either way, it's going to be fine. The Spectre is shown here from GXR. So now Neon can decide, is a Sand King going to be really good against Spectre? I think it is. It's a melee core. You can play with Caustic in that lane. You can line up your arrow with the Burrow Strike and just bully out the Spectre, make it hard to get the initial farm. We have seen Galaxy Racer dip into that Spectre once or twice now. We'll see how much In Your Dream can get. But I think Neon's got some pretty decent combos up against it, at least early on here.
Radiant team ban. Dire team ban.
Hmm.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. Dire team pick. Radiant team pick.
Dragon Knight.
Ooh. Hmm. It's a bit tricky. You don't have any big offlaners left. Maybe you go for something like the Centaur again. For Raging Potato, he does do a fantastic job, and we saw him hit a 13-minute timing with Vanguard Blink. Super quick. So he knows how to work that lane. Up against the Spectre, it's all right. You can still set up for your Mirana with your stun. Go for a Hoof Stomp arrow combos, and you can kind of play fast with it. Initiate with Stampede or bail out with a Stampede. It isn't quite the burst damage you're looking for, though. So it still doesn't fix the issue with these two really tanky heroes in the DK spec, just being able to kind of do what they want, especially as the game goes late. You might be able to do maybe something weird like OD off lane. And you can kind of try to play around with that, play with the mana difference between the Spectre DK and an OD. As the game scales, the pure damage is always good. Issue is you're running an off-lane OD, which is also very, very dead. So I don't think that's something Neon will consider, and I can't recall Raging Potato specifically playing it in the last year, so probably not an option, but Neon are taking their time. I think Centaur is the safest standard off-lane, but if they go silly, then OD would be a good way to go silly.
Points away.
You may now select your heroes.
Hmm. They've got to play fast. I think they can, but they definitely can't take a break to farm up. They can't rest at all. They have to keep running at the side of GXR, prevent In Your Dream from farming, and prevent Alacrity from farming as well. This is fairly greedy from GXR. Right? TA needs Dragonlance, Desolator, Dragonlance Blink to be up and running before it's comfy really taking fights. Spectre needs Blade Mail, Manta, and that also takes a while. Blade Mail Manta or Blade Mail SNY is what we tend to see. the DK is really your most selfless hero here. It only needs level 6, but you want some items on him as well. Whereas for Obi Neon, Pangolier just needs levels. Level 6 up, he can roll around, set up for his team. Same thing almost with a Sand King. He's going to need a blink. Wraith King Armlet is enough to show up in fights as well. So there's some early timings that Obi Neon needs to abuse, and they can do it. It's a lot harder. Once they slip up their timing, GXR has all the time in the world to take this game slow and just ride on the back of a Spectre. Like, you don't have any direct counters for it. You have to win out your lanes, and you have to completely bully out in your Dream to prevent the Spectre from being a major factor later on.
Odds, XR, they are not the favorites. OB 8 into
Boy is my idol.
Goals 11. Boy is my idol. Play hard. I do enjoy. I know you play quite a lot. But fun to see.
Yeah, definitely. And, you know, it's nice that we get a bit of a John Newell in, even if he's not here. No! No, you can't say that, Yapaj.
What is
30 seconds to
I meant to be?
I can't say it. I can't.
I've said it.
It's naughty. Yeah, you have said it. Very naughty of you, Mike. Oh, but that's great for In Your Dream. He got the D ward. Good free money coming out for Paulson. Sets them up. And that should be nice. But yeah. Yapaj already just throwing the shade. Everyone's good friends, you know. Everyone's been seen a while. See a scuffle down bot, though.
The battle begins.
Start off, Burrow Strike is there, and
Ooh,
they've got the arrow.
perfect.
Very nice setup. Perfect setup here. Joe Cam, rather onto Joe Cam. Page immediately with the tip out onto the feet.
They managed to... They took 3 bounties as well, so it's a good amount of gold with a first blood bonus coming in. They're going to feel great here on Obi Neon. Helps you start off in these lanes. Unfortunately for Yapaj, that doesn't mean he starts with level 1 Burrow Strike up against a TA, and that's not the most amazing. You can clear out the creep wave still. Alacrity can just play around with the side blades, try to get some spill damage off onto Yapaj. It's easier to apply that harassment out. So Yapaj is going to need some levels. Level 2 is nicer when you can get Sandstorm. Level 3 is when it feels even better with either level 2 Sandstorm or going 1-1-1 with a caustic value point to abuse that short range on TA. But for now, he's holding steady. Still finding CS, and you know, it's going to be a farming lane until you hit higher levels. Maybe by 5, it starts to line up for more kills.
Over in the top lane, you've got Polis there, along with In Your Dream, up against Play Hard and Raging Potato. Right now, In Your Dream having a very nice time, not struggling at all to secure. Don't mind that, because Miss Spot Lane is not having a very nice time. He'll be chased down by Obi Neon. ETM will go ahead and pick up the kill. Now playing position.
Yeah, it's Skem, you know, he's played literally every role across his time from Call to Neon, right? Like in Geek Fam. He's just played every single position, and he's always shined in them, and he's doing great work. The aggressiveness of this lane as well for Natsumi. Like, the DK is passive. He can play with Breed Fire, slow down the last hits of Natsumi, but you don't really have too much offensive potential even with a Tusk on hand. Your combination with DK is just too slow. So Neon can play this really aggressive and force the issue with a Raid Fire Blast, with the Inkswell. He's just going to have to watch himself. Maybe when you get level 2 Dragon Blood, it's going to be harder, but before that point, you really should just look to shove the wave and try to get some CS up and not overextend yourself.
And now back at top. We weren't really playing, but got Paulson and Dream. Potato on play. The Dream again not strong. Raging Potato. Quite comfortable.
Courier has been killed.
Respect it very much. Like In Your Dream, have a decent enough time. XR is aggressive, but really tanky.
And this is a good time for In Your Dream. You don't really have the natural combo with a Mirana to set up for Arrow, so you don't have that guaranteed stun coming through. The big spike for Raging Potato would be, say, Orb of Corrosion or his Javelin, whichever one he's trying to rush first. Once you have one of those up, the Swashbuckle feels a lot better. You can get off some really good slows to set up for the Arrow when it's close enough for play hard, and that's when you can play around. For now, the slower start favors In Your Dream. Paulson's not really being zoned out. He's not really getting some creep pulls though. That is something he's missing out on, but your Spectre's perfectly fine with just playing like this, having that pause for in that lane, not really having room to leave, and still finding farm quite nicely.
Quite nicely. Strengths of the are able to farm so darn quick. Sandstorm would go back to the neutral camp and start farming that up, but mid lane, see gets snowballed, but is not going to drop. In fact, they'll turn now with a Burrow Strike, Stroke of Fate, and Sandstorm. Joe Camp's going to drop. Again, will take the kill right out of there.
Yeah, it's one of those things. You've got level 5 in your Paj now. Alacrity's at 5 as well. But with the level 3 Sandstorm up, you have so much damage. Have to watch for that Sentry though. Alacrity is starting to use those Side Blades to great effect with a Refraction. And your Paj isn't exactly tanky. Sand King only having 3 armor to start off with doesn't feel great once the hits fly in. So you do have some leeway here. And Alacrity's not really zoned out. He's slightly behind, but he's still up there in top 2 in last hit, so it's still really even farming lane for Alacrity on the TA anyway.
Oh, right through the mid. I just threat. 3-0 for Obi Neon. Where their draft is quite powerful, right? Like in the earlier stages of the game. Now you've got a Mirage, Sand King, Stroke, and a Rolling. They are quite potent in that. Throughout the mid game where GXR and their draft really start.
Oh, Pity?
Lane, Epicenter, he's been caught out. He will get the TP away though. Oh, just barely.
Ooh.
Back to the T1 tower though. Have to run all back home. Already.
Dire's middle
Howard.
tower is under attack.
Hopefully he gets lucky. Try and apply the pressure.
Yeah, it's really greedy from Alacrity, but the 6-minute bounty rune's coming. But your Paj saw him.
He saw him for a second. Couldn't believe his eyes. Now the TP's up. I mean, Paulson. Go up, CTM around, gives a salve over to the Sand King. Invis rune up as well, but it's the cooldown on the bottle. He needs time for that Invis rune. The freeze is going to be there, and Alacrity will come in to clean up. He even committed the Invis. Oh, how why was it even a down? Why did he put it in the backpack?
I have no clue why it was in the backpack. Does cost him though, so it does end up being better for Alacrity. And you saw the effect there, Mikey. We love to talk about this with Sanding, but level 1 Epicenter, boy does it feel like crap. It just, it couldn't kill Alacrity. He had no refractions left, still couldn't do much, although down bot, your Paj is rotating. Natsumi was slowing that lane, was slightly behind, so they're switching lanes, trying to give Natsumi space out. Your Paj will soak that lane with the DK and prevent that push for the level 1 Dragon form from coming through, but Mizu switches lanes as well.
Ollison, top lane, gonna go down. Rolling Thunder, gonna be committed now. We'll try to go on to... Gonna be alright though. He'll keep going after play hard and we'll be able to secure the kill. It's like In Your Dream. Gonna ignore Raging. Some here and there. He won't mind too much. Make his way over to the lane and Raging Potato, he's gonna try his human. Again, In Your Dream will be just fine to get back to farm.
It's still a really good time for IYD in comparison to Natsumi. Like, his lane, despite the rotation, still good. Oh, mid.
Paj, yep. They will get Joe Camp. T1 mid tower, though, is still Alacrity. He doesn't mind too much about Joe. Heck, for a little substantial amount of damage this. Alacrity, it looks like he's not going to be backing off anything either. He's...
Yeah, I mean, he's feeling really strong right now. Level 8 already in the TA. No major item yet beyond the power treads, but Neither does Yapaj. Yapaj is trying to save up for his own blink, so he just has a lot more to offer with his skill kit right now, especially in the damage department, which the Sand King doesn't. They are investing a lot of resources on GXR to get D wards, though. Like, look at all the sentries mid. 4 sentries in the same spot. This one sentry from CTM is going to find 2 of them. But they just keep track. They really don't want Yapaj to have a good time here.
Back to the comment you made earlier. That epicenter was nothing.
It's so bad.
Nothing.
Such a bad spell.
It really is. Worst part is as well, is I believe Icefrog's whole idea here is Burrow Strike is 2. But then you've got like Pango with Rolling Thunder. He just rolls around for 13, stunning everyone. No nerf speed.
Yeah. I mean, you said that, but we literally saw Raging Potato miss all his rolls, though. So that can happen, right? Like, with a Sand King, at least Burrow Strike's a little easier to land. So it's much more consistent.
I think it's harder to land a good bar.
That's fair. That's fair. That's fair. A good one, yeah. That definitely.
Driver's license for the first strike action. Alan.
They get more sentries as well from Neon side. So that's like 8 sentries you've seen mid. That's a lot of gold from each side to prevent vision for both the TA and the Sand King. That's insane.
Cautious, but they go into that triangle and force out Alacrity. Thing is, he's already taken. Now OB Neon, they're just kind of running around. Got his hands. EXR, they understand. They just out of Neon right now. They are. Back off. Back to their lane.
Yeah, and this is extra bad for Yapaj. He went for Blink. He wants to force fights out early while he's, you know, before anything like a Hood of Defiance comes out in any heroes. So there's pressure here to look for that initiation, but they're not really able to. They haven't really gotten a push going for themselves as well. So the tier 1 mid still healthy, tier 1 top still at half HP. Bot 1 is standing as well, so they don't really have map advantage to leverage for those rotations. And this kind of equal state is definitely better for GXR. It's free space for a Spectre, it's free space for a TA. There is a smoke though from Neon.
Paj gets a nice Burrow Strike with the quick blink dagger out. They are going to commit the epi once again. GXR, well, they still have Mizu alive for a bit longer, but eventually he will go down. I mean, this is a real quick blink. He can be very aggressive with this, and that might just be the game plan. Never take the foot off the pedal here for OB Neon. Keep running them down. The Burrow Strike into the arrow.
Is under attack.
Paj, he's about to find 2 supports for himself. How good his Cam Polison ripped up. Ends up finding 1, but the arrow is going to fly through. No, the snowball is going to save Joe Cam's life, and Yapaj, he has been taken out. They might find some backline heroes, but play hard. He's going to leap out of there. The Rolling Thunder, oh, Raid, he's still trying to find Polison. It might eventually get him, but no, he heals up. The swashbuckle will be enough, but at what cost? He's gone.
Ooh. Yeah, I mean, it's awkward for Neon because they have to play this fast pace to deny GXR the ability to farm. At the same time, they're not that strong. Their damage output's reliant on Epicenter actually being up. Now their mid-tier 1's under threat.
Defense is there with the Sandstorm. Go without the creep wave. Strike in, CTM gonna throw the Soulbind down. Joe Cam's around with the snowball though, but the arrow is gonna be taken by Joe Cam. He'll take it for Mizu. Right to the back. Yapaj, Burrow Strike in. Look how tanky this Tusk is. Joe Cam, he's gonna walk out of there. Gonna jump. Fine. EXR, they just walk away. And OB Neon, they can't do about it.
It's a raindrop. It blocks enough of that magic damage that they couldn't burst through, and that's a really awkward position for OB Neon. They're 7-5 in terms of kills. They're still lagging behind in farm. The space they're giving out to Natsumi is nice. It's not covering the gap between Natsumi and In Your Dream and Alacrity. And mind you, Alacrity's taking a slightly active role on that TA as well. Dragonlance up on Alacrity, joining in for the smoke. going into the BKB rush. So, no, Desolator rush. So, getting the damage flying up. They're going to find this bot tower as well. And that's going to open up the bot jungle for GXR. OB Neon has already taken the top with Natsumi. So it is going to be a trade. But with the mid gone, GXR is still going to have more control on the map compared to OB Neon.
Right now, Neon, they're trying to keep the pressure up, but it's very, very hard. See, they just seem to be lacking a bit of damage as Arrow does fly out, but you've got JoeCam around on the task. Fast will not land, and Raging will commit the Rolling Thunder, but eventually going to have to leave. And will. Ducks a quick...
I know, I mean, Neon's kind of catching back up slightly in farm. I know the distribution for GXR is a lot better. The only reason Neon has a slight lead is because Mizu's sacrificing his own farm. So,
oh, they got a nice kill there. Paulison, he died. One thing, if anyone shows on the map like that, you can snipe them.
Yep.
In all fairness, that was an apparition.
It's not a big kill, and they've got to be cautious about overcommitting for those smaller support pickoffs. Maybe they just have confidence with Natsumi, like his Radiance is super close. At that point, I think you have to see them play as 5 to really run down these heroes, get some openings done for themselves, work from there. In Your Dream is actually going for a different build. It's the Echo Saber into Manta. We have not seen that in a while. It's mainly the Blade Mail builds, but the Echo Saber will allow In Your Dream to have some impact with haunts. If GXR can start to commit for some haunt kills, let's say with the Desolator and Alacrity, In Your Dream can run down these supports in the back and make their life a living hell. Like, you cannot deal with it as a Grimstroke, especially if you're way far back to protect yourself.
I mean, your barge is way too far in right now. John Sanking gonna get blown up. Your Dream will get his 3rd kill of the game on the Spectre. Over and over again, it just you start to get a little afraid for OB Neon. Is now Raging to go in. Shards, that's a nice shot out from JoeCam.
Oh my
He's gonna
God.
protect Mizu. The arrow though is gonna connect. The Inkbell is not gonna land Mizu. He's gonna be fine. Never seen that. A Shards to block the Rolling Thunder. It actually traps in Mizu. He has to take the arrow. But in the end, it works out.
Yeah, it's spectacular from JoeCam blocking him off. And, you know, we were talking about Boom, right? We were talking about Hyde's Tusk. I remember a time where JoeCam Tusk was on Boom as well.
Lane doesn't dropping Paulison. The one to take it with the Ice Blast once again. But I want to bring your attention to In Your Dream item build.
Yep, Echo Saber Manta. It's really good for the haunt kills. When you haunt in, he can run down the supports in the back line and do a lot of work. He's diverging from the Blade Mail, which I like. I think the Blade Mail is just subpar. It just feels really off. Although mid again.
Lane, Epicenter, arrow not gonna land in time. The Epicenter half wasted, and now the snowballs out. They're gonna turn. So find is there, but is it enough? Not really. The Ice Blast flies in. Natsumi's gone. Play hard drops, and they can just focus in on the Raid King now with that secondary life. But they will lose JoeCam. Rage is going to save the life of Natsumi, but Mizu has a stun out, and they will be able to secure the kill. Raging, he's stuck around a bit too long. He's trying to kill Paulison. Just looks a little bit too desperate.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
On time.
Yep, it's not going to take too long. You've got the Desolator and Alacrity. The damage is going to pour right in. And OB Neon do not have their teamfight spells up. No Epicenter for contest, no Moonlight Shadow. They've got the arrow to scout. But are they really going to jump into this? They can't. It's too risky here.
They might have to jump. I don't know what else they're going to do here. They're going to lose play hard though. Yopaj, he's in. But he's used his Burrow Strike. They were looking for an angle to try and get a Burrow Strike into the Roshan pit, but I don't think he's going to make it. The XR, they'll get the first game.
They widened the lead up to 3K. The timings here for In Your Dream are spectacular. It's pretty much coming out from looks or feels like free lane for him. at 9.5k, really even as well with Alacrity. So GXR has done a fantastic job of getting that farm distribution just right between these two cores. Of course, again, you're sacrificing music, but he doesn't need much.
They caught out Natsumi. Love the way GXR's playing this draft, John. Very aggressive, very nicely. Does kind of go back to the Spectre build. It's quite clever, and I believe we've item build on the Spectre in age room. But even the added stats you get, the mana regen, along the double hit, it's just a nice item perspective now. Allows in your dream to be able to actually hold.
Yeah, it's impossible to have more active support.
They commit the epicenter to get Jocam. That is a possible. It just feels like you have to commit much to be able.
It's not worthwhile. With the blink up and Raging Potato, maybe you can find some other kills now. Like, there's less pressure on your Posh to land big burrow strikes and epicenters. You can rely on the Rolling Thunder a lot more and line up your shots. They need to make something happen, though. They're lagging behind with a lineup that shouldn't be at this point.
Light Shadow right into Miz with the Soulbind down. Arrow is there. The Dragon Knight. Tanky boy, and he's still taking through it, but eventually he should fall, and does. Raging. Trying to go into Alacrity. Alacrity's just man fighting back. And here comes the rest of the squad. He may have waited around a bit too long as the Burrow Strike comes in, landing on two. Nocam, he was trying to save with the snowball, but he could not get it off in time. The Aegis, it will come. Now Alacrity to come back. Your Page is going to jump in. Sandstorm there. Refraction burnt out. They will be able to get the TA onto In Your Dream. He tried a Spectral Dagger out, but the arrow not going to land.
Oh.
Yeah. Have the follow.
It's probably the first big win for Neon. They did buy back on CTM, though. It's not as good of a feeling, but you do manage to eat through the 2 lives of Alacrity, take out the big TA. In Your Dream gets away, so still not too bad for GXR. Your win condition surviving and still building farm. The Mantis already done on IYD. He's got more stats to play with, more illusions to send out in these fights, and it's going to feel really tough for OB Neon every single time Haunt is up. So for GXR right now, they have to time themselves around Haunt to take these fights and kind of lay it onto OB Neon. For Neon's end, they have to always play when Epicenter's up and Rolling Thunder. I don't think you want to sit back and stick to this farming game too much, even if you just find supports. And that's more than enough to get your ball rolling. And well, the side of GXR, even after those kills, they're still kind of set up here. They could wait for the next Roshan, keep building up in the specs. Scotty fly out next. Or In Your Dream, all the good stats a Spectre likes in Strength and Agi, and of course the healing reduction is going to be very helpful against the Wraith King and Sand King, but there is that smoke from OB Neon. So they've got their spells, they need to make something happen.
Marsh, he's going to just burst him down, and they will. The Ice Blast. Be enough. Fight is there. They want to try and fight back now. There is no buyback on your Page though, so it's going to be quite hard to take this team fight, but they're still going to try as they go In Your Dream. Tanky. It can't kill anyone. In fact, they're going to lose play hard on the Mirana. Every team fight just seems to go the way of GXR now. OB Neon, they just have enough in the tank. Able to get this fight going their way.
The damage isn't good enough. Durability is also not that, especially on the Sand King. The positioning of GXR was perfect. We're just standing in this area behind where the tier 1 would be. Or perfect position to break that smoke. Very good read on the map from Galaxy Racer, and I don't think they even spotted the smoke with any ward. They have no forward wards in that top triangle area, so there's good game read, and they managed to, again, clean up a really good fight, build up and Dream some more. OB Neon, they still have Epicenter. They could try again, but I think right now you might need to at least buy space for Natsumi, make him your win condition. They will smoke up once more. It's just a 4-man. They have left Natsumi alone to farm top.
Gotta keep the... have much of a choice matter here. Make something work. Nice easy kill they can secure here onto Polisson, and they'll get him. Probably not what they wanted, but it is going to allow them the opportunity to go after that one tower and open up the map a little bit. There will be no defense EXR. 23 minutes. Don't need to defend that any longer. Don't let it go.
Yeah, it's late enough. They've gotten full value. Neon will try to invade the jungle off of that, though. They've got the Moonlight up. Issue is GXR reads that play. They know tower's gone. It's not safe to get the scan off to ensure that as well. And Neon, all they can really do is clear a couple of camps. They were previously cleared out by GXR. So it's just more not achieving what they want to. And it's more time that GXR just gets to farm. Very, very much in GXR's favor as this game stalls out. They don't really have an objective to play for just yet, not Neon as well. No Roshop. There's a tier 1 bot, but they haven't really shoved that lane out. So they're just kind of stuck, maybe farming back up again. Trying to work towards some of these items. The AC for Natsumi is going to help against the minus armor coming through from RTA, but that's still a ways off. He's only got the gold really for maybe the Hyperstone or the plate, and it's going to be a while for the full item to be occupied though.
Paulson targeted again. They'll commit the epi. No games. Anything they can get right now, they'll take another AA kill. Not much the poor guy can do about it. Once the Burrow Strike does connect, he's basically guaranteed to die. But as long as the rest of his team's farming, I'd still say you're okay with this EXR. Mind you, Natsumi is like decent. Just can't forget, you're going into a... Hell, even the Dragon Knight will transition to a big kind of late game powerhouse if it gets that late. EXR could just have it off later on.
Yeah, there's no pressure. Yeah, I like the recommendation from Mizu. This straight up Ags rush is building into that late game you mentioned, and he's had a slower start. He only has Blink EKB, but that's more than enough for the Dragon Knight to set up for his team. The lead has dropped though. GXR is down to just a 1k lead. But again, if you look at the net worth chart, it's really just because Mizu's very poor for DK. So your two big cores are still ahead, not by much anymore, but you're still certainly happy with having the Spectre and TA as farmed as they are. Neon, they are catching up. You just need to ensure that this farming that they're doing is going to be worthwhile. Once they reach these spikes with, say, the Shivas on Yopaj, the AC on Natsumi, they must make it amount to something. You still don't want to drag this late.
Nice blink away, quick reactions from your Snowball is actually going to connect to the shards. Will give vision. They get the Walrus Punch, not quite. Close, but not quite there. Up maybe in the able to gap on up in your dream. I have Scardy raging, has been caught out. Punch is there, and they will just blow him up. Takes one stun, and you've got the follow up there. You are at that point now where the game is basically on shoulders.
Shadows take us.
No ball. Down, play hard, gonna try and run. Got the control. Other kill.
Cannot endure. Is entombed.
So he's desperately trying to farm up the best he can here on that Wraith. So much more.
Yeah, it's way too much time he needs. Like, you've got the level 20 spike up on Natsumi and on In Your Dream. But the Scotty being up means he can rip right through in Natsumi. Oh.
Down here.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Get his courier. That was the
Nobody's down there.
Clayton Mullen. Now he's going to have to wait about 3 to have that AC up. In fact, it might hurt even more if they catch him out. Now the Ice Blast is going to fly through. Mizu has the stun out. Not enough to at least get through the first line. Try and fight back. The Soulbind jumping with a big Burrow Strike out as well. Just locking down two. And there's the epicenter now onto Alacrity, but he pops the BKB. He will survive. In Your Dream, meanwhile, he kills off CTM, and Raging Potato is also going to drop. They could not kill off the TA. In fact, Mizu not done yet. They got the first life of the Raid King. They're gonna try and fight this one out, but I don't know about this for Natsumi. Is gonna be KB and just walk away, and now Natsumi wants, but it's not gonna work out in his favor. Your dream will let them know about it. They threw everything at Alacrity.
Yeah, that's just nuts. Like, it looked fairly good to start with from GXR. The Soulbind bought OB some time. There's just no follow-up. It just lacked the damage. Sand King's just not enough. And look how fast this Roche melts. With a TA, with a tag team. It's not going to take too long. That's Aegis Beast and Ag Shard. GXR already setting up to run forward afterwards. Shard is going to our Spectre here. So, dispersion on our hero.
Or is going to connect in time. Ice Blast not going to be there, but the shards. Spectral dagger thrown up. Allison. Aging's going to take him out. Going to find a way out now. Seem to think that Raging's team behind him. They don't go after him. Oh, he messed up. He was trying to go up the staircase. Ouch.
For many a noble cause, Dante. Why choose to die?
Not shaping up well for Neon. Raging's just trying to buy space out, stall the game as much as he can for at least that courier to be back up for Natsumi so he can finish up the AC. The AC is just not enough by itself. Like, it doesn't fix your damage issue. You need so much more to fly in. He's trying to go for this E-Blade along with the Shiva's already on him. That can help. At least it's also like a soft disarm for the TA or the Spectre. So you prevent them from getting their hits off. Once you get the shot out, it's just way off. Like, it's still a lot of farm Upaj needs, and there's not much map space left for OB Neon to farm here.
Stun off as well. Ice Blast gonna fly through Upaj. He's locked down. He's gone. On forward, they want to play hard too, and they might just get him. That Iron Scotty just Mirana so much, and 11k net worth lead is now there for Galaxy.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
XR, they'll keep it up. Dota Plus.
Tower is under attack.
86 wave GXR, and
Radiant's middle tower has
higher than that.
Oh yeah.
He hasn't updated quite yet.
Oh,
Now
Mizu.
Mizu. Aging. Don't really want to go for the dive. They just... March can't buy back. Raging. He's getting the Rolling Thunder to try and scare them back. And Ken with the shards kind of blocking the staircase. Go in. Then leave the racks, they'll back off.
It's still really nice for GXR. Someone's always going to have to respond to the mid if it's way too shoved in. Without the tower, there's no protection. And GXR now 13k lead on their side. Really shaping up nicely. And your dream is he actually going Radiance here? No, he's going up for a Nullfire. So I like this one on IYD. Nullfire coming through. So deadly on the Spectre. If he focuses on one, you're just going to be held back and have to be cautious. Moonlight.
Up to Joe Cam, but the Ice Blast got the two heroes. They've blown up Joe Cam. What's it going to cost Upaj? He's so darn low on HP, he is going to die out. They also found the first life on Natsumi. This is looking really bad already for OB Neon. As now play hard is by in your dream. They are still going on the Raid King as well, and they will be able to secure the kill. It's Raging. He can't really help it. Now he's stuck. Got him stuck. Onto the high ground. He's going to try and survive that way, but they have the stun out. Or down without buyback. Neon, they might be about close to calling it now.
Radiant's top tower
Game, it's starting to be quite impossible.
has fallen.
Yeah, it's a toughie. And they still have Hot. Jeez.
They're going to rub it in. CTM. Where were you going, sir?
A one-man haunt from IYD just to get the full team wipe. Very worthwhile as they dig into the top set of racks. Mid is being split push by Mizu. They can't take mega creeps, but they could just line up for those tier 4s if they wanted to.
Port would have been after John.
Yeah, in your dream. Sloppy. Sloppy, IYD.
Has fallen.
Gotta clean up.
No, fine. Up here for
Radiant's bottom
Dream.
tower has fallen.
They want to just go high ground to get Raxus up. Hey, ahead. Gonna play it safe. They're not gonna waste. Back
Yeah,
there it goes.
They let it expire. A good, timely time to pull back. Just, I don't know if I want to say farm some more because they're already pretty farmed. So maybe just, I don't know, finish up this Hurricane Pike. And actually, he's got the Satanic up in the TA. So sitting at 3.2k HP, 26 armor, you don't have enough burst to do with the TA. BKB up as well in the Lackey TA, 7 seconds, of course. I don't know how you kill a TA with this much HP. You never see a TA with this much HP ever. So Neon's got to find a solution. Hook up with the Moonlight out. They're gonna make one play outside of base. We'll see if they catch a big one.
Might just be there. He jumps in. He wants to go straight for the fight. The big dragon. He has the Aghanim Scepter out. Yapan's already so down low. Paulson, or rather Jokam, going to try and go in and burst him down. Aeon Shell out. Is Tech the day for Natsumi. Take him down. Aeon? Enough.
Yep.
Task kill. You don't feel confident enough to keep going, and that's fair.
Yeah, they didn't really expend the epicenter, but I think the big one's Soulbind. They need that for their control. They need for the doubled stuns coming through. And if they expend that, they have to take the back seat. One way that Neon could bounce back beyond, you know, maybe Natsumi farming like a madman is CTM finishing up this Ags. Dark Portrait will do you a lot of good, especially if you grab the Spectre as your illusion. So CTM probably needs some farm priority here. And just work towards the Ags, get Dark Portrait up, clone the Spectre, and probably hope for the best. That's definitely what that done for OB Neon, as they're still playing against a 22k deficit, but the Dark Portrait will turn some of that deficit against GXR. So we'll see if it'll get the space up and running. Still limited in area to farm. They're all kind of stuck in the triangle. Natsumi's the only one who can dip outside lane. They will maybe spot a couple of viewers here.
Once for the party blinked in. Be off the mark. Trap does connect, but the high ground. Does seem like are going to be waiting up that, finding out in about seconds when it does up. Now going to go for it. And nice for GXR to timer.
It's a long one.
3 minutes.
The longest.
Sumi, they're going to run into an illusion. They got the illusion real good. Content though, in your dream, he's found Natsumi. He wants to go straight after the Wraith King. Fire Blades from the... Already takes out one. Just keep going now. Mizu on the high ground. A big epicenter burrow strike. Gepage, he might be able to turn it. Or maybe not. It looks like he set the fall. They are all melting on the side of OB Neon. They'll buy back, but this is looking very, very over. Might try one more defense.
Yep, they did kill off in your dream. That was a good injection of gold. Nah, all right,
Cool.
Fair enough. I think they knew. Like this game looked a bit over 15. I'll be frank, like considering that you had this amazing start on your Spectre and on your TA. You know, I hate to say it, Mike, but it goes back to that draft. It's the Sand King. It's the Sand King.
Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. sound right, boys. It sound right, boy. Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys.
Radiant team pick.
We're going south. Like it was not lining up. So we'll see what Neon changes up here. Galaxy Racer, they ban out the AA themselves because they don't have first pick. They don't want to slide it to Neon. But the AA is something they really play around quite nicely, so they're gonna have to look for another solution. Grimstroke is that solution. So they've got a nice aggressive support on hand already to play with. They've got Inkswell, Stroke of Fate's really nice. And, you know, they can combine it with a lot of things. They could think about Doom. For one, they could enable something like a Jug for In Your Dream to have that aggressive spin combination on hand. Lots of possibilities. Neon, very safe with Nyx. We saw CTM do a ton of work by the time he played Nyx Assassin, so could be a possibility. Maybe Play Hard plays it, though, as he is usually their 4. We'll see if they shift it around, but GXR, straight into the clock. So they've got really aggressive supports. Inkswell, hook shot combo on hand. We've got great scouting potential as well for the flare, and that should lead to some aggression. But Neon, very early here, go into the Opage TA. So after getting shown up by Alacrity, Opage looks like he's got some revenge that he wants to show here.
Radiant team ban. Dire team ban. Radiant team ban.
Yeah, it definitely is. I feel like I have to point this out. It could be Flux safe lane. It's a possibility, but we don't tend to see that. Like, it used to happen though, once or twice, safe lane TA, and I think it was Neon, but that wasn't with Natsume. Might have been with Scam, the pause one. So kind of there, but likely just Yopage. Curious what they bring out here for Alacrity now on GXR. There's a lot of options against a TA. One thing that really comes into mind is something like the Kunkka, and then you run In Your Dream mid with Kunkka. And he loves that here. He knows how to play the Kunkka on the edge. Easy way to burn through refraction. X holds down the TA quite nicely. Both rum buff will help prevent the burst damage of that TA as well. So that could be one thing that could slide through for GXR if OD Neon doesn't ban it out. And again, they could flex it. It could have Alacrity or IYD play it mid. So could be a nice one if Neon doesn't ban it out. Have to be cautious. They do take care of the natural TA counters, Viper, Ember, out off the table. So no options to burn through the TA that way. We're gonna have to see what else GXR banned. They do take out the Void. We have seen Natsumi play a lot of Void. Not quite in playoffs, but I think in group stage it popped up here and there, and in the upper div as well. Galaxy Racer just trying to make this game uncomfy for Natsumi.
Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team pick.
Yeah.
Radiant team pick.
Enchantress.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a solid sort of pause 5 here for Neon. Good heals coming through. Very annoying to deal with in lane. If you get a good enchant creep, it could be really nice. If you're expecting the Clockwork 4 from stroke 5, you can out-harass the Clockwork with impetus shots from a mile away. Makes it uncomfy for GXR, though. They've got Darkseer Clock. So even if you can harass out the Clockwork there, you're still going to have to deal with Ion Shell just being a massive nuisance. The Ion Shell is also one way to burn through refraction. So even just the Darkseer, Ion Shell somewhat run towards the TA, refraction's not going to stand too long. That's a really good way to handle that from GXR's end. And they've got a decent combo here. Vac Wall with the Cogs is already good. You've got Inkswell and Soulbind to tie people together, make it hard to run out of there. They just need something else, something on mid from Alacrity with additional control. Honestly, it's looking really good for Kunkka. This is one of those cases where it just looks so good to have Kunkka on top. The durability looks good. It gives you some great AoE control to play with a Vac Wall combo. And the X is just super valuable. Could still slide through, but they could opt for maybe some more sort of standard mid. Alina could be nice here. Doesn't really deal with the TA, but with Soulbind, double Laguna is always great, and LSA is going to be amazing in the back wall. They go to Razor first, though, which is still pretty good. Pretty flex for GXR. That could be Alacrity or just in your dream on the safe lane running it. And down mid, it is one way to make this TA have a really hard time in lane. TA's range early on without Sideblades up is rather short, so Razor can run you down and the TA can hit you if she has no damage. And you do have that beautiful combo that you don't tend to see. Soulbind and double stack link. I don't think I've ever seen that, actually. Doesn't actually happen too often, but I think it should. It should. On paper, it really should, and that sounds pretty busted. It's like refresh static link, right? Like it is actually broken if it does fly out.
Dire team ban. Queen of pain.
Oh! Do they flex this? Did they change a lane? Because now Queen of Pain could go mid, TA safe lane for Natsumi. Again, he's done that before. They could do that. Just avoid a Razor matchup for the TA and fix that lane. That's a really sneaky way from Neon. But they could be outplaying themselves again, Mike. That could be awkward. Against Darkseer Clock, TA doesn't have a good time. It doesn't feel any safer, so I wonder what they do. That could be offlane for Raging as well. Or, oh god, it could be safe lane. Safe lane co-op for Natsumi. I mean, they've done that with Scam before, right? And it didn't really pan out. It's flex. It's an answer to the Razor, but I don't know if they really had to do it that way.
10 seconds remaining. Dire team remaining. Radiant team ban. Dire team pick. Radiant team pick.
Mars!
Very good. Absolutely perfect here. Or... Yeah, no, the Ricky would be fine. It could combine as well with the Dark Seer, right? Quite nicely, and slippery enough. I worry about the burst, though. Like, if once you expend your tricks... oh my god! Oh... boy, oh boy. Oh boy, this is not gonna be fun for Neon. They flexed that TA just to counter the Razor pick, which they expected to go mid. Now it's a Meepo. Quap doesn't enjoy the Meepo. TA also kind of doesn't. Like, Sideblades can bully him out, but it's kind of iffy. So Neon might have gotten themselves outdrafted here. Straight up, I don't think this is great. Quap plus TA is just super awkward. They're still holding off on these picks in these 3 cores. Like, maybe they flex the Mars mid instead. Yeah, Raging Potato. Yeah, Mars mid for Yopaj. It's still a safe lane TA. Off lane Quap. They're trying to manage that. And Meepo, I don't know if they have enough to handle it. Like, once Alacrity hits his spikes with Blink, and with the E-Blade coming through, it's a lot of burst damage on hand. It'll melt right through, and it combines really well with a Vac Wall. Right? They're stuck in an AoE. Poof is AoE damage. That is not going to be fun if you do clump up against GXR. They've got a really tight window for GXR, though. If they do drop off here, the TA and the Quap, I'd argue, scales rather nice, whereas the Meepo starts to maybe fade away a bit, and they've got decent enough AoE damage from Neon to kind of hit these late-game spikes. So they've just got to hold out in Neon's end, but I don't know if they have enough early to hold off till late here, so... it's an awkward one. I'd peg GXR to be the favorite just because it's Alacrity Meepo at the end. They want to show off here. Oh my god. Ooh. Yep. And think about this as well. If it goes late enough for Mizu to hit level 25, surging all the Meepos. That's terrifying. Like, an army of Meepos just running up. My god. I wouldn't wish that upon anyone. This is gonna be really different from Neon. I mean, you saw how much they flex the draft, right? They pick TA first, they see the Razor, alright, Quap. They pick the Quap to counteract it for mid, then at the end they flex with Mars. We've seen teams do this, really flex out all their roles. It can fall flat because the synergy's not lined up, the timings are all over the place. It could be a bit greedy as well, having to split farm with a Quap and TA. So Neon almost perfectly and hold off the game as much as possible to get that initial farm, but GXR can just ride off the back of this Meepo. They don't need too much farm on IYD. We've seen him take very active rolls on his Razor core, and that is something Neon has to be really careful about.
Thank you so much.
Next. Got that. Get himself out of there. Neon looks like they're obviously not very interested in going for those level 1 fights right now, because you are up against a... really would prefer not to fight into that. Play hard, get an impale off on Mizu, trying to still... but it will be a trade. You go to the safe lane of the... Of course, Alacrity is going to the mid lane. I do like what Obi Neon's done though, right? Mars pickup, it should be a lot more dip. Alacrity in this. You could have gone down the Quap route as the net can be quite infuriating to play against, so I guess the Mars was probably there.
Yeah, that's a really stable for Paj. We have seen him play that mid, especially back last year, Pro Series 3, Pro Series 4, Summit 13. So it's something he's comfy with already, and should have a stable enough time farming up. I think you just worry about when the Meepo clones start coming in and he dips into the jungle. Because of the lack of mobility on Upaj, he's not really going to be able to contest that too much, so Alacrity can still build off there. And initially, you know, at least without the spear up, if you don't land it anyway, Alacrity can still just clear the creep wave fine with proof. So he's holding steady, even farming lane for now. We'll have to see as those level 2, level 3, level 4 spikes come in. Top lane, you see Paulson going for a bit of a pull, getting his EXP on that clockwork. And even Mizu is just creep cutting as well. They're playing aggressive, trying to keep that lane shoved out and preventing easy farm from coming through for Natsumi. Now, on the safe lane TA, it is a bit more awkward on a long lane. You don't have easy access to runes to top yourself up. The camps are a bit further out as well, so you can't necessarily stack them up nicely. But against dual melee heroes, you could try to bully, but once Mizu and once Paulson hit level 3, I don't know how far you'd push that.
Dream, he'll be the first blood on that Razor. Him on the Enchantress does end up dropping. Static Link, stolen damage. Much there for Verifier up to fraud. Yeah, not quite enough, and old Anik.
That's a really good start for IYD. It's one of those awkward things for the Quap. You really want to go Blink level 1 on a side lane. You don't really have many things to jump with a Blink for. So Raging Potato's trying to pocket it. Starts with a Shadow Strike. You can't really harass out the Razor. CTM can try to trade hits and, you know, maybe get a nice enchant creep, but your synergy with a Quap is limited. So IYD's just basically having free lane
Nice
here to
impale.
farm up.
Top lane, Mizu getting caught out along with Paulson. They both can't really help out Mizu. Paulson is going to try and maintain the lane while he's here. Be careful. He's going for those CS, but now he's going to run him down, and it will cost him his life. Going to the way of OB. One each. To play hard, and definitely not very good news.
It's very important for OB Neon, though. It stabilizes Natsumi's lane, lays that level 3 spike for Mizu. They need to be respectful of the Nyx. Like, Playhard is doing really well. He is out of mana now, though. He's going to need some regen on hand. And for GXR, you need more levels. Like, 3 is up in Mizu, level 2 Iron Shell, it's much more painful. And they just need to control the lane up. And once you get a little bit more, you can definitely start to play aggressive on that TA. But for now, Natsumi, top of the CS board, 21-4, not really contested. Down mid, though.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Acrony was stunned up, CTM free, but he does get stunned up by the Inkswolf, does drop. Meanwhile, Natsumi and Playhard both go down top lane. That combo you were talking about, very powerful. Finally make it.
Yeah, it's big rotation coming out for GXR. Good punishment coming through. Couldn't even kill off Alacrity. That's a big one. Gets to just farm back, poof back that Meepo main, clear out camps. And that spike for Mizu and Paulson is also healed up. Mizu? Oh, he has Surge.
Now Paulson to just get in that launch. Able to secure CS. Like, in fact, now they might go in. They have those Iron Shells up, but the Impale is going to be very nice again from Playhard. Paulson, Cogs, not going to lock him in. But Finnick around Natsu. Get himself out.
It's a pretty decent save, but that threat is always there now from GXR. Limiting factors, man. Bottles empty for Mizu. He's gonna run the long way home to get the top up.
Side blades off the Cogs. Side blades. Range on side blades is kind of ridiculous. Pure damage, by the way. Cam? not into... Definitely kind of bend blink behind the tier 1 tower. It's in your dream.
Yeah, they're recovering the side lanes pretty nicely here, Neon. Like, the lane for In Your Dream now is a lot more even. You're getting some good CS up on Raging Potato. Not much aggression, but you are keeping up in farm, so that is a bit of a boon. And with a blink up, it's harder to lock that quap in. You'd have to start with the Phantom's Embrace. Not the easiest to guarantee. Nice stun on Alacrity, though.
Get stunned mid.
Yeah. No, it's like Sand King. It took how many patches to get that epicenter to be cancelable? A long time. It took years for that change, eh?
About 20 years.
I think I've
Radiant
some of
structures
your
are fortified.
That arena, Impel is there. They've got Alacrity. That's the one they try and focus him down and should have enough. They do.
Under attack.
Nice setup there from your Page. Your Dream now is going to come in and try and punish with the static link, but the Spike Carapace going to fly out, play hard, just waiting for that right moment. On the top lane, Mizu is going to be able to clean up CTM. Cost life. That looks like we ended up dropping a gate.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, it's
Dire's
pretty
top
good
tower is
for
under attack.
Obi Neon. I think you're happy just killing off that Meepo. Slowing down Alacrity's pace is always nice. And, you know, GXR are kind of forced to respond while Alacrity's still kind of weak. He only has the Dragon Lance up, 2 circlets for stats. He needs more to truly get going. He needs the Power Tread Dragon Lance to... Power Treads, and... Is he stacking Dragon Lance? He could be, just for the stats. Once you have more of that, it feels a lot safer. But you have to respect that arena. There's a lot of early fights that Obi Neon can take. And they are starting to buy some space out of the potato.
On that last second there, just setting up, not allowing the blink. Raging Potato set up. That's a kill that really should be happening, but if might have enough time to take out Raging as never card. Double damage. Again, your Page both going to show up to secure a kill there.
Yeah, and the aggression from Neon's starting to pay off. This is forcing GXR to run all across the map. The one thing that's not quite smooth, though, is that Natsumi's already sort of forced to be in the jungle. Mizu is just constantly shoving in top. Can't really commit for the full push yet, but down mid.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Another nice pick up here for Obi Neon. Not quite the Meepo, so Alacrity, he feels safe enough to show back up in that mid lane, but that tier 1 tower is, unless they can go for the kill. Inkswell out onto the Meepo. Potato around. He's got a Sonic Wave up. He could spend it right now to push them away, but he's a big Sonic Wave now does connect, but nobody's quite dead yet. In fact, he'll be the first one to drop. Now Mizu also being caught out from your Page will be the secondary. The Obi Neon looking so much strong on Paulson. I'm not sure what the idea is from him. Probably going to get kicked off now. No, he doesn't have the mana for it, but it won't really matter anyway. Get the kill. They'll finish off that tier 1 mid.
That's big. Opens up their rotations in that bot jungle, maybe even piercing into that triangle area. And Neon's got more options for aggression. They've got the 2k lead on their side, very fast blink on your Page, with a phase boots. So he can take that aggressive role, setting up for his team, isolating the squishy Meepo. And GXR, for their part, it feels like they've been forcing a couple of these fights all too much. Like, they haven't been able to turn these fights around. They're still lacking form in some of their cores. In Your Dream only has the Falcon Blade and Power Treads, which is nice for Razor. Not really a very big power spike for him just yet. And they're going to need to sit on this a little bit more while Alacrity gets some more farm going for him. He just needs the stat padding. He needs to hit that point where he's tanky enough to cop through the initial burst from Neon and clean up from there. This is really good space from Neon, though. Natsumi is just really free farming the TA. Dragon Lance up for himself. And they've got the levels on pretty hard, so they can scout around with a Vendetta now.
down, they know he's there. But how do you get yourself out of this one? Dream not fully yet as they do seek the backup as Obi Neon. They've got the arena down right on to Razor, but he had the static link going. Do they have the damage to hookshot? It's going to get blocked off. Oh no, Paulison and Indian Dream both going to drop, and now no cam. He's going to try and run, but there's really no way to go. March all over it, gets some mega kills free.
Radiant's bottom tower is falling.
Really rough already for GXR.
They're forcing fights when they don't have the angle. They're not really able to do as much as they'd want, and Obi aren't punishing that. GXR, sure, they've got a lineup that can really take over the mid game, but they've bled enough that Obi Neon with a 4K lead, they're feeling comfy here. They've gotten so much farm on Natsumi, he's not being held back. His Deso is very close by. And they're really not able to leverage their team fight with, say, the Vac wall. Now, it does take a while for the Vac wall to feel massive from a Darkseer, and of course your Meepo is still needing some additional farm. Lacti does have the 2 Dragon Lances up. He does need the blink to gap close, and his map's just not safe right now.
Stunned up Alacrity.
Radiant's middle tower.
I don't quite blame him because Raging was right behind, and there's Yupaj as well with a haste rune now. They don't have arena up. Oh, Spirit does not connect, and now in your dream is looking to come back in. A nice impale though. They really just want Alacrity dead. He's still trying to survive, but no, they get him. And now the Sonic Wave. Raging full time. Play hard, in fact, does also go down. DTM. He'll also get caught. Big issue being though, they still did Nepo. That Yupaj going in for your dream does secure the kill of the safe lane race. Mizu gonna try and punish him. Iron Shell, but just proving a little bit tanky, and now Natsumi's going in. Where are they going? Those side blades. Matter though, B Neon still in a very strong position.
3K lead still running. That farm on Natsumi's still ramping up. Desolator is 60 gold off. So you're really well farmed TA from that safe lane. A bit slowing down on Raging Potato, but he's taking the active role in the Quap. Meanwhile, you know, Alacrity's still lagging behind. Not good news. Meepo needs sort of an item advantage with how well he can work the map, and now
Meepo did miss the spear, but it just may not matter. But hookshot, Paulison, he's might turn this one around. Raging going to be the one to get caught, and does drop as now Play Hard is a bit of a sitting duck, and Mizu, he'll have to double. Nice turnaround from GXR.
very important sets of kills to find. He needed to find more wins here, coming through with an early spike, and they save Alacrity. That's a big thing. You need the Meepo to just be safe until Blink's up. It's very hard for him to gap close and get his position right for proof damage. So they just need to stall out a bit more. Obi Neon though, I think once they've got arena back up, they can look again. Like, they might have lost a couple of heroes there. No problem. Just go back in. Arena spears one up. There's no defensive play here from GXR. And it's relatively easy to get that burst going with the heroes on hand. And Neon just really staying in this game. Like, you expect this kind of lineup from GXR to win the early to mid a lot stronger. The fact that they're lagging behind does give a lot of openings for Neon, and they will play with that smoke now.
Radiant's middle tower.
Up. Radiant Triangle is where they'll go. OP Neon. On your dream, that'll be a nice way to start, and they do get the arena off. Paulison trying to get in range for the Conks. Does get it, but it will not help. They wanted enough for it. They are pinging up on now, and 1 and 2 Deso up on rush the road. They'll take their time. They'll come a bit more of the triangle for no rush here for.
Yep, they can get a bit of a shove on that top tier 1 with Natsumi's Desolator. It's not going to take too long to get the damage off. Side of GXR, they're still forced to play this farming game, which, again, for this kind of lineup is not ideal. They need to be playing fast. They need to be playing with their level advantage that doesn't really exist. So, awkward, although hook.
Nice hook. Play hard down.
Is under attack.
Right back, Raging. Page gonna get The Soulbind into the wall is there now. Alacrity gets in with the nets with the Sonic Wave. Gonna push them away. It won't be enough though unless Alacrity, he loses that Meepo. It's still running away with 90 HP. It will be able to survive as they kill off CTM. They even got Natsumi. Raging, the only survivor on the Queen of Pain.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Neon, go into that mid-tier tower now.
Now that was really slick. The follow-up back wall, helping them secure that kill. Taking out the Nyx was really helpful, and that opens up this push on mid, opens up the map more. Alacrity starting to feel a lot more confident on his Meepo. With all the stats he has, he's actually fairly hard to kill on the main one with power treads on. I think he's at 2.2k HP, so it's a ton. And the E-Blade's been formed up. He got the Eagle Song up, just the Ghost Scepter left. So the burst damage shaping up. They just have to watch when they initiate on Raging. If he has the Sonic Wave, the pushback will throw off your combo. But beyond that, it's GXR is starting to ramp into that spike. Mind you, OB Neon's not losing their network lead yet. They do have a good time here.
Shot out onto your Marsh, but really get it. EXR. Be Neon. Happy to just keep farm going on Natsumi. Having trust that he'll be able to carry the game. Mizdu be caught out by your Parsian. Once that Arena Spear lands, you are guaranteed to die. Another nice pickup from our mid-mark.
That's a steady pickup, not the biggest one, but he was worth a lot of gold with a streak on top. So nice gold swing going the way of Obi Neon. Then the slight net worth lead once more. And GXR, you probably don't mind too much. Alacrity's been giving that free space. E-Blade is up. Major damage outputs there for the Meepo. Now is time to leverage it, because once BKB start flying out for OB Neon, the Meepo will fall flat. Natsumi's already queuing one up. So they need to take that and be active on the map. They can't afford to stall out their power spikes any longer here.
Backside. Casual courier on the road.
That don't work no more.
They like to reminisce. Or the courier. Now their event realizes, oh. Patch notes out.
Yeah. Definitely so. Oh, that was
Alacrity. Yeah, I mean, that was important, John. Maybe I should just not miss kill. Agent Potato does go down. Alacrity does pick one up for the team. Talked about that then after, right? Like, you get the nets off. Raging is completely stuck. Nothing he can do about it. GXR going for a bit more now. Would love to find Natsu. Show on the map, so the hook shot in the XL. Gonna be nice and easy for Polison into the static link of your dream. They will get the one. Take down Natsumi, and now even CTM shows up. More staff away, but they might have enough control to take him out. They heal up. Nice vacuum though, Mizu right into the double cogs of Polison. Play hard. He is stuck. He's gonna try and make a run with the Spike Carapace, but Mizu.
oh. Ooh.
Oh, just barely the last
hit. Oh man, Yupaj?
Yupaj now. He's caught right in the wall. The Sonic Wave is there, but it won't matter. Roshan time.
Yeah, that's a mess for Obini. They stream in one by one. No BKB on Yupaj, off cooldown. Alacrity now with Aegis. So the Meepo has got a lot more flexibility in these fights. And Neon have to be cautious. They've lost all their big cores in the last few fights in 3 separate engagements. Now,
Polis is just farming small. That's farming. It's a...
Yeah, in your dream tip stat as well, you know, noted. Using your spells, you're getting some farm, very good. You know, just a tip to users.
There, and 4 staff away. Poop in. They have the damage for the Cantress. Eventually they'll get him. Much big arena down on the Soulbind, gonna hold them back. Play hard, needs to follow up with this. Is enough. You've also got Natsumi around on the TA, getting that business damage out, but Alacrity for now is just running away and just as Mizu put it on the dark side. They'll get something for their trouble, but now Alacrity back in on Natsumi. Does he have enough for this one?
Oh.
He does. In fact, he even found Raging Potato.
Oh my god.
Play hard, he's gonna try and run Alacrity. Not quite. Land. Oh, Alacrity, he's smurfing. This is Smurf. There's a Smurf play here from Alacrity.
Oh god. Someone report this, man. Jeez. Alacrity. His micro is way too on point. They are creep cutting here in OB Neon, so the push is not going to be as sustained into the high ground. They'll still find that tier 2. They've got the 3k lead on GXR side. OB Neon, even with the BKBs, they're not bursting down Alacrity fast enough. That's an issue. And it's going to be a bigger issue once the Scotty's up and running. More strength, more agi, more HP and armor for our nice and squishy Meepo, quote unquote. CPM.
Going on 2 different targets right now. Playhard has been caught by Polison. CPM, he's gone. In fact, they might find another.
Oh boy. Yeah, you know his attitude as well. He's so laid back. He's just sitting there. Sometimes his feet are up. Doesn't care. He's just playing Dota. You know, very laid back guy, and he's just laying on. It's another pub game. Especially for Alacrity. He's just smurfing, as he said. And find the tier 1 bot. You know, just running around, taking over the triangle, going back and forth. Potato, there's not much you can do. Utility quap, and they're eyeing targets across. The timings for Neon just feel off. The BKBs are up, but they need so much more to really jump back here.
Times ahead for Open.
Bottom tower has fallen.
Another tower going down. There's only one outer tower left for Open. It doesn't feel very good, right? Like, after the great start they had, like everything was going the way of OB. It's just kind of fallen flat now. And it may just be the...
Yeah.
Gotta work it out.
And half of it's really the fact that they were jumping with Natsumi early, they were jumping in with Raging Potato early, they were streaming into these fights one by one rather than team. The moment they did that, that's the moment GXR broke them apart and picked them off one by one. They are chasing deep though.
Oh, but the rock.
Oh, man. Oh, no.
Yeah, force the BKB up. Your punch gonna run in your dreams around. They'll drop the arena. They're gonna try and go after this Meepo.
What?
Sonic Wave's been thrown out. They've thrown everything. He won't die, John. This man won't die. Now they kill off Playhard. Onto CTM. Just chase him down. Natsumi, he's hiding in the tree line, but there's your vacuum out. Mizu, he'll drag them out himself into the Enchantress. CTM's dead. Natsumi, they're just trying TP out. Meanwhile, Alacrity is taking care of everyone else. Where are they going? Oh, she's in the tree line as well, but there you go. Classic Smurf fashion. Alacrity gets it done.
The coordination, GXR. In the lower div, you know, it was up and down here and there. OB Neon, they're an upper div team. GXR is taking. They're tossing them back here. Really clean initiations, very clean movement out. Mizu doesn't even die. They just juke around so damn well.
Look at this, John.
Oh my god.
Just a solo pickoff. Just, hey, you're across the map, no problem, because I've got a Meepo clone there. Look, the tower hits are still coming over to Alacrity. They're onto the T3 tower now. Neon, I said they're in a pretty rough spot, John.
Yeah, BKB's flying up for In Your Dream. Aegis expires. They could kill Alacrity if they somehow find a way to isolate him. It's not looking like they will. What?
Oh.
That was a scary TP point.
That's a quick blink out from your page. Careful, sir. Polison. Deep. Gonna find play hard. My Carapace committed. Don't wait it out. No problems here. Hard. Paulson tried for the hook shot, won't be able to land it, and now they might be able to turn it. Page gets a nice arena down. Can they make anything of this though? Paulson, he's not dead yet. In fact, play hard. He'll be the one to drop. CTF's gone as well. Onto the Queen of Pain now. Lock her down, take her out. Page is just trying to run with Natsumi, but they're getting chased into the fountain. A great vacuum wall. Onto 3, and they are just melting. GG call. Page has seen enough. OB Neon will unfortunately have to leave as Alacrity gets an ultra kill and allows them to the next round of the lower bracket. In fact, I believe we are just about at the lower bracket final.
Yeah, we get
Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys.